How about now? How's the audio now? Now it should be working. The other settings were off. So now we should have the audio back online. If it still isn't working, hopefully, if not, I'll have to reset the stream. All right, awesome. Okay, so first of all, I guess just to get this started, I just kind of want to show you, be as transparent as possible, just some of my investments over the past. I find TCG Player to be, this is an endorsement, isn't an endorsement of TCG Player. The only way I endorse things is just through actual, if I use it or not. And so take it for what that's worth. I don't get sponsored by TCG Player, have no interest in being sponsored by TCG Player in the future. But I do find their website to be extremely easy to use, and they usually have the best prices around. Unless you can find, sometimes you can find better deals on eBay. But TCG Player is just, the convenience sometimes outweighs, because time is money, convenience is money, especially when you're trying to find multiple cards to invest in. So, anywho, these are some of the cards I've invested in. Don't really worry about these one-ofs. These are just for decks. I've really been on a commander kind of craze lately, and I've invested in some. The only cards I really do buy for commander decks are just reserve list cards. Lately, I've been buying some reserve list cards just to have them before they keep going up in value. Cards like Earthcraft and Academy Rector and Great Whale have just slowly been going up over the last few years. But now we get into juicy stuff. So, first of all, I've been all in on Madcap Experiment. Madcap Experiment is a card that is my kind of 4 to 5 year investment. And you can kind of see how many of these cards I've picked up. I targeted these under the 30-cent mark, so you see a few of them at 29 cents. And then every now and again, I'll buy some more and buy some more. So over the next course of the year, over the course of when they're legal and standard, and maybe even a year afterwards, I'm going to be targeting Madcap Experiments. Right now, I think I have over 400 copies. And again, this is one of those 5-year payoffs. And the reason why that I invest in this is I don't think this is going to go anywhere in Modern. If Modern is still healthy in 3, 4, 5 years down the road, I think the Madcap Experiment is a very solid pickup because of it is a 4 of, a 3 of, sometimes a 4 of, and a sideboard with the Platinum Imperium. And I don't see that combination going anywhere. In fact, I think it's only going to get better. We've even seen decks like Storm put it in their sideboard, and this is kind of one of those cards I'm going to cash out on in 4 to 5 years when it's $3, $4 a pop, and making tenfold on your investment, that's perfect. That's exactly where I like these cards. So the good news is about like these type of stuff, since I do own a store, I could just ditch these in like repacks and other places that I can get rid of just bulk rares. So there really isn't any risk for anything that's under 30 cents. And I think that a card that is a 4 of in a modern deck is just a no-brainer. Now, I've kind of been burned on some of these cards in the past that have never really gone up, that I still think will go up. But one of those is like Tie Butter Mage, and we'll see that as we go through. So, all right. So let's see if we can get some questions in here. Yes, I have seen the promos. The Fatal Push is awesome. That's hopefully will alleviate the price of Fatal Push. It's currently at $9.50, which is insane. But the FNM promos don't have that big of an impact usually. Those are very limited numbers. I still do think that Wizards needs to do a crackdown on fake local game stores, because you'll see these flood the market, and these will be by stores that actually don't exist. There are tons of those stores in California. I wish someone would actually do some research, do their due diligence, and find out all these stores. That there is one particular store that sold over 2,000 boxes of Modern Masters 3 in Walnut, California. And that means they had to have a conglomerate of stores in that area. And really the only way I think that they can do that is just by having like these fake locations that are still on record for the Wizards Play Network. And I think you're going to see the same thing with Fatal Push coming out from those. So it will impact it, but probably not as much as you'd think. I think the Fatal Push will probably just go down by a couple bucks because of the Fatal Push promo. But anyway. Now, I think that the Fatal Push promo will hold true exactly with how much, maybe $1, $2 more than the regular Fatal Push. A lot of times the F&M promos, if it is on a high value card, it doesn't really do a lot. We have seen some exceptions, like Lingering Souls, when that one came out, went up to like $13. I remember that one quite clearly because it's one of the cards that got me back into Magic, because my collection was stolen. About $8,000 of cards were stolen. And my friends wanted me to, they paid for a draft that I played in and I won. And the F&M promo was a Lingering Souls, and I decided to trade it in for store credit. I actually found a buyer for it, traded it in, and started building a standard deck off of that, and then proceeded to win the next 3 F&Ms, traded all those back in, and by the end of it had a pretty solid standard deck. So that's kind of a near and dear story that I like to, that has to deal with F&M promos. And I remember Lingering Souls weren't worth anything. They're like $1, and the F&M promo was about 13 at the time. That's what I was selling them for. So Fatal Push could. I know the foil's around 40, and so I don't think that it'll crack 15 though. I really don't think that look at Path to Exile, for example. The Path to Exile F&M promo was worth very little more than just the regular Path to Exile of the previous either Commander or Modern Masters or the Modern Event deck. So anyway, that's kind of what I think about that. We might be able to play some 1v1 Commander. I absolutely hate the format, Rob. It's complete garbage at the moment. There's two style of decks. There is Strip Mine Lockout decks, / ramp decks, and then blue control decks. So neither one of those are type of decks I like to play against or play. So I am hoping that a 1v1 Commander does start having a very regulated ban list, because it's pretty fun when you actually play against opponents that aren't playing Tasigur or Barrel or like green ramp decks. And so they really need to take a hard look at the life total. And I suggest 25. I think 25 life would be the sweet spot. 20 is definitely too low, because the aggro decks have like an extra card. So you got to think of what aggro decks an extra card is worth. And I think 5 life is pretty safe for that extra card advantage. So what I mean by extra card, though, is they have a commander. They have that slot that they always have a card in. So I don't know. Maybe the Leviathan, I think, is too high. 30 life is too high. Anyway, we're getting off subject for markets. For the market. So let me scroll back up, see if there's any other. Will Hieroglyphic Illumination be the new Thraben Inspector? A Tooth Aether is a card I've been hoarding personally. Tunes, Whirler Virtuosos, Rogue Refiners, Unlicensed Disintegrations. All of those I've been like just picking up out of people's draft trash and out of their bulk. One of these days I'll make a video on a guide to buying people's bulk. And the best advice that I can give you is just ask. There is no harm at all to just go up to one of your local drafters and say, hey, do you have any bulk lying around? I pay $4 per 1,000 or $3 per 1,000, and whatever your target is. And you'd be surprised at how many people, they're not going to just get angry at you. Like, they don't have to sell to you, and you don't have to buy from them. So just ask. And you'll be surprised at how many people will take you up on that offer. Now, a little bit of disclaimer is it's a lot better for someone like me who does own a store and does have the outlet to unload these type of things than just a single person trying to piece together a collection. However, when I was just a player, I used the strategy, and I used to flip a lot of things like a Johnny's Pridemates, for example. I remember I made a killing off of Johnny's Pridemates that I'd find in people's bulks and then trade them to other players, especially since I was such a Soul Sisters pilot. There'd be people that wanted kind of, in my play group, that would want to mimic me after I'd won a tournament. Like, hey, I'm looking at Soul Sisters, you have 4 of these. I'm like, yeah, okay, here we go. And so you can be successful, but it is hard to recoup actual currency. It's hard to recoup actual money. You got to think of it as kind of like trade fodder for some of those commons and uncommons. And if you're the only person in your play group that actually has commons and uncommons on hand, you'd be surprised at how often you can trade these like the Harness Lightnings, the Attune with Aethers, those type of cards. Especially if your local game store is terrible at sorting commons and uncommons and doesn't have them on hand. That's another easy way to kind of trade up the value of those cards. So, all right. So Hieroglyphic Illumination is kind of weird though, because as long as Glimmer exists, it might just be overshadowed. Censor is probably a card that will steadily go up as time goes on, kind of like Fatal Push. But Censor, the difference between the first set and the second set is huge for uncommons. Alrighty, let me try to find some more How do I feel about lockout decks in Modern? I don't know if that's a market type question. I'm okay with them if they don't lock you out until later. I'm assuming you're thinking about Lantern Control. Is the question more market geared, or are they going to go up in value? I don't know. The metagame right now is very self-regulating in Modern. Storm is now the #1 deck, which is crazy, which I think can be definitely hated out with Rest in Peace type cards. I know they can still go off without it, but it's actually very, very hard now. The new way that they build the Storm, the Rest in Peace and the Relics do very well against that type of build up. So maybe Rest in Peace and Relic are two cards that are pretty good pickups. I'm thinking Rest in Peace is pretty close to a reprint in Standard, as they chose not to reprint it in Modern Masters. That's just a huge kind of red flag to me that it's on the horizon for a reprint somewhere. I doubt in Iconic Masters, but so I've been selling off most of my Rest in Peace. If we scroll down far enough, I'm sure we'll find Rest in Peace on this list. But here, we'll just keep going down. You can see my purchases of recently. Madcap is one that I've been just targeting like crazy, and I think that I've spent like $100 total on this. So $30, $26, $5.50, $26. Yeah, I think that I've got a few other. Oh, this was for Sphinxes of the Final Word. We actually got out of these. These actually did go up in value, and then I ditched them. I thought they were going to be a great answer to Torrential Gearhulk. I still think they are, but. Anywho, yeah, some more Madcap experiments here. So the other investment I went kind of, I wish I would have gone even further on, was Aetherworks Marvel. Picked these up at $3, around, the $3, $4 mark, and only bought a few play sets of them. Wish I would have gone all in on them. I'm currently selling them because I'll show you what I mean why I think the Aetherworks Marvel is in jeopardy, huge jeopardy right now of being banned. So this was the last competitive league, and I think that we're seeing a solved metagame. Now, Aetherworks Marvel can be beat. The problem with Aetherworks Marvel is it can basically beat everything, and you'd think that zombies would just be even Torrential Gearhulk and zombies would just be the easiest matchup in the world for them just to push through Aetherworks Marvel. But it's seen they've been able to tune the Marvel deck so well that even Torrential Gearhulk has a losing record, and Zombies is starting to have a losing record. And if you really gear a zombie deck towards Aetherworks Marvel, it loses to everything else. So if Zombies wants to keep their kind of punch to have game versus the entire meta, then Aetherworks Marvel just wrecks it. So people have tried some of the like Prized Amalgam, recursion type decks. They've tried some of these other things, and they're just not very successful. Even the old school like Pummeler decks are still coin flips against Aetherworks Marvel. So we are selling off all of our Aetherworks Marvel around the $10 mark. We did get out of Ulamogs I think we sold them for between $25 and $30 right after the Pro Tour. Usually with Standard, that's the only time I sell cards, is right after the Pro Tour, then I ditch everything and then slowly recoup everything and then just rinse and repeat. So you do this before every Pro Tour, or right after every Pro Tour. You sell everything, then a week later, 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, that's when you start picking up all the pieces again. And then, again, rinse and repeat. There's so many times we've like flipped Gideons, flipped a bunch of cards that they go down to the bottom, go back up, go back down, go back. Torrential Gearhulk's another one. You just have to get on those peaks. Alrighty. So I buy a lot of 1-ofs and 2-ofs. I save money on shipping costs because I usually use TCG Player Direct, and so it bundles them all. So if you're seeing this, TCG Player Direct has been a godsend as far as speculating on cards, because you can see the shipping cost for this one is nothing. So 131 cards were shipped at me for no shipping. So you just have to make sure that you spend over $30. And the good thing about TCG Player Direct is usually most of these sellers are quite... Hey, look, MTG Rogue players. I should shop from this person more often. These sellers that are on the Direct usually are quite competitive. And so, yeah, that's the best way. Selling them, that's where it gets very, very tough. So I'm saying that this is where a lot of people fall into kind of the black hole of speculation, is they don't really think about the costs of selling. Now, eBay and TCG Player are going to really, really stick it to you, especially if you're not a higher account, They're going to take you're going to lose about 10 to 12% on every given sale. And then on eBay, especially, any sale that's around like the $3 to $5 mark actually will barely even break you even by the time you put your time into it. So you have to, I try to steer people clear of that direction and try to think about managing your collection when you speculate in cards. So instead of buying packs, buy spec cards, and then later on trade those for cards that you need. And you really need to be involved in the community, So when I lived in Salt Lake, I had a place to unload my foils to. I knew the collectors. I knew all of the collectors at all the shops. And whenever I'd get a particular card, usually through a trade, I would text them. I'd go right to them. Hey, you looking for this obscure foil? And same thing with the competitive players. I knew all the modern players. I knew all the standard players. I was in that kind of community. And then I knew all the casual and the commander players. And you just have to, again, you have to get yourself out there. So for maybe people that are more introverted, this strategy is not the best strategy, as you actually have to deal with people. You have to kind of schmooze people. I think I want to say that a lot of times, a lot of the success I had with my trading was I built a rapport with people. People liked me. I liked them. It was part of a community. And people, this is something with humans, people want to trade. So again, just put yourself out there. They don't have to trade. A transaction doesn't have to go down, so you're not hurting anyone's feelings. So just offer a trade, offer a low ball on something. Say, oh, well, I don't really need this, but it's just a card I'm targeting personally. So you want this staple commander card? How about you throw in those two cards? One of the perfect examples for I made a killing on that with Hellrider. I'd always ask for Hellriders as a throw-in to all the trades I did. It was a spec card. It was kind of like the Madcap experiment. Other than Hellrider, I just properly identified that after the Scars Mirroton rotated, after Vapor Snag especially rotated, there would be nothing to stop mono red. And lo and behold, that scenario actually happened. And with Return to Ravnica and Innistrad, the very first deck that just took off was the Hellrider deck. And it went from 50 cents to $11 when I got out of him. And all of those Hellriders that I had accumulated were basically throw-ins, because I do a trade, people would get out their smartphones, they tried to balance it as perfectly as they could. Then I was like, well, I don't really need your cards, throw in these Hellriders. I'm just value trading, so if you want this transaction, just throw in those Hellriders, and they often would do so. So, yeah, so again, everything that I say on this channel, it should be geared towards managing a collection. I don't think the vast majority of you have outlets like I do to sell mass quantity of cards. See, I own a store. We actually might as well do some shameful self-promotion. Don't laugh at this site so far because it's still under construction. But we've started GoneRoGames.com, for example. It's something that's in the works that we'll actually be able to sell cards. Which again, TCG Player has just completely, not endorsing them, but I mean, they are geniuses. They've offered this service, and it's basically just a credit card transaction fee, just like you would if you would sell, like we use at our store, to sell products. And it's made it really, really easy for at least a brick and mortar store to now sell singles and not get killed by fees and type stuff. So I have that as an outlet. A lot of people don't. So if you are just trying to be a personal seller, the fees are going to be very, very tough. And I'm telling that from experience as a person that used to sell. Now, I have sold cards to pay rent before. I have sold cards to have a part-time income. And it's just the amount you have to do for such, you might as well go get a part-time minimum wage job. You'll usually come out way more ahead. So one of the things I like about Magic too, about this whole thing, is I enjoy it. So to me, it doesn't feel like work. It's so fun to go through. To me, it's almost like a treasure hunt to go through people's bulk and find cards. I get excited. I get super excited when someone sells me a collection because you never know what's in there. And what did I find the other day in someone's bulk collection? There was a chewed up cobble coffers. That made me upset. But then, you find like Earthcraft, or like a card that I just bought. You find those every now and again in bulk collections. So if it's something you enjoy, it doesn't feel like work. If it's something you don't enjoy, yeah, it's a very tedious and monotonous task to sort cards. So, anywho, that's a little bit of shameless self-promotion that Zach and I are working on. We're going to actually make this look better too. This is just like the stock thing they give you once you apply the TCG Player, and hopefully it works out. We also are working internally, but if anyone's ever worked on websites, you know how much of a pain it is to like build a database and the e-commerce side of it. But for now, this is working out for us. So if you do want to support the channel, again, shameless plug for us, this is a great way to do so. But anyway, back to this. If you do find yourself in this, one of the things that I think that really set me up for a store, though, was I always wanted to start a store. And so even when I was playing Magic 10 years ago, I was always thinking, well, one day if I own a store, and that's why I was, always trying to value trade and things like that. And it ended up paying off pretty well. All right, let me get back to some questions. Oh, so Tribes for Commander 2017 to spec on. That's a great question. We'll get to that one. That's perfect. And I'll scroll back up in a second see if I've missed any good stuff. So I think that Wizards is actually going to be creative. I really think, I don't think we're going to see goblins. I don't think we're going to see elves. I don't think we're going to see merfolk. I don't think we're going to see soldiers or spirits. And I don't think we're going to see zombies. So that leaves us open. So I think the more common ground, or I could be wrong, we'll see all of the above. And then I'm just going to shake my head and bang my head against the wall, because we've already seen elves as a tribal. It was already printed. So I really think with black, what we're going to see with black is my call is on either vampires or on demons. I could see a demon tribal deck, because there's a lot of cards back in the day that go tutor up demons, and they can make a whole archetype around it. Now that might be very similar to one of the decks they've already done with the mono black version. And we don't actually even know if they're going to be two color, because they absolutely could be two color. For green, I really think they're going to go into saprolings. I think that there's as much flavor as possible to go more into either the plants or the saproling type tribal. There's a lot of cards that need reprinted, like Doubling Season. I wouldn't put it past them to really try to sell their set by putting a high value card in that. Then for red is kind of awkward. Red, besides goblins, they don't really have a lot of tribal. They've already done elementals over and over and over. I don't know. What are some suggestions for elementals for red? Blue could be the illusions. I could see an illusions tribal to get really. And the thing is, they can print 30% of the cards, I believe, out of a commander set are new. It's somewhere between that. So is it a third or either specific commander or new commander cards? So yeah. And then white is just all over the place. There's so many things that white could do. To be honest, they'll probably end up doing soldiers because they're lazy. But yeah, I don't know. As time goes on, that's as soon as they spoil the artwork is the time to pull the trigger on those specific tribal cards, if you think there's a hard chance of them being reprinted in the commander set. Alrighty. Oh, there's only 4. You're right. Yeah. So they probably are going to be 2 or 3 color decks. Yeah, there is only 4 decks this time. So that means they probably are going to put some pretty expensive cards in each one of them. Didn't they say the price? Didn't they bump the price up last time? It's more expensive than it was. Anywho. Alrighty. Yeah, slivers could definitely be a thing. Animar could get a reprint as elementals, for example. So Ahoke here with your, are there any cards that you're specking in for modern? Any new decks? Well, Madcap Experiment is the one right now. That's the very first thing I do check though. So pro tip here, if you go over to just the Goldfish metagame and go over to modern, this is a great way that I see the ones that don't have names. I instinctively always will click on these, and usually it's just they are archetypes because modern's been around forever. But this is, for example, this is just a Coco deck trying to run the Remedies combo with the Devoted Druid and the Vizier Remedies. This is a card. I wonder what the foil of this guy is. Okay, the foil actually is pretty. That's probably where it should be for a modern played card. I was going to say if this is low, this would be a great card to get in. I personally hate foils just because I can't. In Utah, just the lack of humidity or whatever with my climate, it destroys foils so quick. If I don't get a foil airtight in a perfect fit in a sleeve in a hard case immediately, it's destroyed. And so I personally can't stand investing in foils just because how many have been ruined over time. And I hear it's even worse in a humid place, but even in the middle of a desert, if it's hard to keep foils from clouding or wrinkling. But anyway, foils are traditionally pretty good investments, as you can find some foils that are undervalued that are seeing a lot of play in a modern, and they'll slowly go up. But so anyway, you instinctively just click on these type of decks to see if it is a new archetype, and then if it is a new archetype, then you can invest in those specific cards. So this is back, huh? So Eldrazi, you're back to playing this Cancer card. Anyway. Yep, so this isn't new. A lot of while we're looking at this deck though, definitely keep these on your radar. Reality Smasher, Thought-Knot Seer, and Matter Reshaper. These are all cards that I think you should pull the trigger on once they rotate. Especially Reality Smasher and the Matter Reshaper, because they're a little bit cheaper. Thought-Knot Seer is a little bit more expensive, which is kind of crazy because it doesn't really see any more play than the rest of them do. This one actually does have the most to go down after Standard because it does see the most play out of Standard. But usually in Modern, these see about the exact same play. There's not a lot of decks that are running Thought-Knot Seer and not running the rest of the cards. So this is interesting. Here's an interesting spec, for example. So if this more, what are we going to call this? More of like a lockout red, because they're running it in the sideboard for Anger of the Gods. Battlefield Forge could see a price increase. It's one that hasn't been printed like the Caves has. So the amount of printings of Battlefield Forge, yeah, it's about as low as it's ever been too. So this is a pretty good card if it doesn't get another reprint. It does have the Apocalypse 9th edition, 10th, and M15. Yep, so and Origins. So compared to like Caves, it hasn't been reprinted at all. Didn't we see like one in a Commander set too, like the Avamaya Coast? One of those I thought was included in one of them. These are always can be included in Commander sets, so they're very volatile. But these, I don't know if they'll revisit Eldrazi, like the colorless scheme. And these cards get a lot better. We saw huge price spikes in the ones that were older, but the enemy colored ones have been pretty low for. I don't think they're going to get much lower than this. And casual players love them. Commander players love them, as they're usually budget lands. If 1 versus 1 Commander takes off, these of course are great for those type of decks. So yeah, so this is kind of a cool list just for Wear Tears, Anger of Gods, and yeah, it's not a bad. Definitely don't have a playset or more of these type of cards. I highly suggest it. I personally went after the Yavimaya Coast and the there's one other that I was targeting quite high. No, it was the Yavimaya Coast because it was in the Bant Eldrazi, and at the time Bant Eldrazi was the #1 deck. So, alrighty, let me try to get in on some other. Alright, do I think the New Perspectives combo will stay as a powerful Standard deck, or will it fall to sideboard hate black cards like Transit? I think the New Perspectives is just struggling. It's so volatile in the meta. There's so many decks that just do completely. It did horrible at the Pro Tour. It hasn't put up much numbers on MTG Goldfish. So people will play it here and there, but I don't think it ever really was a serious deck. I didn't have the worst win percentage out of all decks at the Pro Tour. Don't quote me on that. Will Bristling Hydra ever exceed $2 or more? Kaladesh is very, very weird. The best card to look at Kaladesh, why I kind of avoid Kaladesh like the plague, I did buy, we'll look at my history in a second, I bought into, is this card right here. This was one of the most played cards out of Kaladesh, since Kaladesh has been printed, all to even now, and Marty Vehicles is Marty Vehicles still number 2? Number 2. It's still number 2 in the metagame. And if this deck, or if this card, if the Toolcraft Exemplar cannot go up, then how can we expect, like Bristling Hydra, for example, to go up long term? Kaladesh is I would rather look at Aether Revolt cards and invest in Aether Revolt cards than really touch anything from Kaladesh, just because I really think it's been overprinted. And those Standard Showdown packs and things like that, they just like threw a lot of product of Kaladesh into the mix. All right, so let me scroll down for some other things. When do I think Arch Enemy spoilers will start? Better start soon, because I had to pre-order the damn things. I think we have some for sale on our site if anyone's interested. I can't remember how many. I don't think we get very many though. I think it's very, very low compared to some of the sealed procs. I'm very hesitant about investing in Wizards of the Coast when they lie to us every time as a local game store saying, "Hey, this is all you're gonna get. Pull the trigger. Pull the trigger. This is it. This is it." And they've done that in the past with like the Commander anthologies. That was legitly all we got. But the last few things like the Plane Chase anthologies and some of these other things we've been able to reorder. And in fact, I can still get Plane Chase anthologies directly from Wizards. And they're still selling on eBay for cheaper than I can buy them for. I saw them on Mass Drop the other day for cheaper than I can get them directly from Wizards. So Wizards is just so weird. And maybe they do that on purpose to keep people kind of guessing. Uncertainty, I guess, breeds sales. So maybe that's a good business strategy. Is As Foretold a good buy? No. As Foretold will continue to be drafted for quite some time. This is not a good time to buy anything from the Amonkhet. I don't think there's really any sleepers at the moment with Amonkhet. This last set will be the least impactful out of all sets because it's the last set before rotation. So what you see is what you get here. This is going to be the majority of the meta unless there's a big banning and unless there is a card that is just completely busted out of Hour of Devastation. But neither of those are something we can predict right now. And with the information that I have, As Foretold was kind of cute in Modern for a little bit, and it just really hasn't found itself a home. There's a few decks here and there. There's a few players I've talked to. I know a few pros have actually said that it's a legit deck. We'll have to wait and see. The thing about Modern, too, is there isn't really any huge events coming up until, well, June, I guess there will be for the Vegas Modern. Just for the Legacy Modern and Sealed. Why'd they pick Sealed in that? By the way, I will be at Vegas. We'll probably come down at the end of Thursday. So if you're in Vegas, come by and say hi. I'll probably be hanging out a lot with other YouTubers there. And but I'll be on vacation right before that. So I don't want to cut my vacation short for the entire week of Vegas. But we're going to drive down to Vegas halfway through my vacation. So anyway. Is it a Modern GP this weekend? Hey, look at that. See how on top of stuff is? So anyway, that's a good thing though. So in Modern, is it multiple Modern GPs then? Because usually they do one on every continent. That's something. So if there's like an Asian one, a European one, and a North American one, definitely keep day two. Day two, be glued to your computer screens to see what decks are doing well. Because I think it's about time for Modern to actually hit another price spike. It's been a while since Modern cards have gone up. I don't like Modern for the long term. Affinity just tied with the Storm. I guess it can race it pretty well. But those are always good little. The thing is though, I would treat this GP the same way I treated Pro Tour. Sell right after. So the number one deck, if you get on day one and then sell on the weekend after or the Monday Tuesday after. Because Modern's trajectory has been going down for the last 2 years. There's just too much product out there and not enough new players. I guess the last banning did the most for the Modern metagame. It does seem to be pretty healthy, however you consider healthy, with no deck even taking over more than 7%, 8% of the metagame. The problem is people like me still don't like to play. The power level of Modern's just increased so high. And the combo-based decks or just the all-out decks. I mean, look at all these. Like, this is an all-in deck, combo deck, all-in deck, all-in deck. I would say Death Shadow is like the fairest deck so far that we've come across. An all-in deck / combo, all-in deck, all-in deck. Not a lot of mid-range. The first mid-range we see is 3% of the meta. And I'm the type of player that loves it when mid-range dominates the format, just because I feel like I play Magic the most. So I don't know. A lot of people seem to enjoy Modern, and maybe I'm letting my bias kind of cloud my market sense. But I'll definitely be looking at decks coming up to this Grand Prix then. Alrighty, we already talked about the Fatal Push promo. I don't think it will affect the prices too much. See the Path to Exile. All right. So I think I answered your question, Edward. Do I think Modern is a reasonable investment? Modern is starting to prove itself again. We really do need a huge influx of player in Magic, and we're in some. I think that 2017, first quarter 2017, has been the worst in a long time. What we've seen is Magic has been increasing year after year with players. It's kind of flatlined out in the past few years. Return to Ravnica, it'd be very. I mean, it was the same thing with the kind of the housing bubble that happened in the United States, where investors expected growth to continue at a rate that was not feasible. Phoenix and Vegas were kind of where the epicenter of where the housing bubble started, and those populations were growing at just unprecedented rates. And so investors, and especially contractors, just built houses like crazy, thinking that we were going to see growth after growth. And then we had a stop in the population boom of those areas. And then it really, those are the economies that then led to this huge banking crisis and blah, blah. The rest is history, kind of the domino effect that it had. And Magic, I think where we might see a similar thing, it might be like the hour of devastation for Magic, because Return to Ravnica and, Innistrad had unprecedented growth. And then Return to Ravnica destroyed Innistrad's growth. And then even Theros was even another massive growth from Return to Ravnica. So we went from, like, people were saying between 5 and 8 million players to 10 million to 20 million at kind of the Theros. The end of Theros was that 20 million, like, high mark that we really hit. And we've gone up a little bit higher than 20 million, according to some statistics since then, since like Khans of Tarkir and stuff. But it's really flatlined out. And what has happened, though, is investors have gone all in. And that's why we saw huge price increases of Modern as people shifted over. And I predicted this happening is when people, usually Standard lasts about two standards with the average player before they get frustrated. I see that the Standard burnout is very real with the majority of players that come into my store, the majority of players that I meet. They'll get into a Standard, and the first Standard, they're just going to get their toes wet. They're not going to really spend a lot of money. They're going to lose a lot. They might have a pet deck, and they don't know if they like Magic yet. So whatever, we'll play Standard because all my buddies are playing Standard. Then they decide, I like this. I'm going to go all in, no excuses. We're going to go balls deep on this next Standard. So they buy the top deck. And then a lot of them still lose or whatever, and then there's no excuses left, and they get so frustrated when that investment goes from being like a $500 investment down to $100 worth of cards after rotation. If they're lucky, they still have $100 worth of cards. And so that happens like once or twice, and then those players start to invest in either they go to Commander, or either they quit the game, or they go into Legacy or Modern. I've seen that time and time again. And so we saw that with like the RTR players and the Innistrad players. About cons of, I would say about Origins is when you'd see a lot of this mass exodus from Standard just because of the burnout. And then, of course, the Modern prices increase like crazy. But it's unfeasible to see that again because we haven't had that growth. And so that's why I've been very, leery of investing in Modern like I used to. I'm making these long-term investments. I still like the penny stocks. Speaking of which, we can go down my history a little bit more as I answer questions of cards that I've invested in, just to show you kind of where I do put my money where my mouth is with a lot of my Market Monday video. And I have made some very, very good gains. This is another card that I've been kicking myself that I didn't buy more of. Pulled the trigger for this one. I actually there was like 100 and something of them in my cart at $13.75, and then I chickened out. And so then when I just decided to buy a playset, this was the cheapest one at the time with the shipping at 49 cents. And I think I sold these at 25, I believe, the Torrential Gearhulk. So it was a pretty good flip, very, very quickly. Made some decent profits on it. Here's where I'm talking about too. Like after the ban list was announced, I think around this time, I bought into some of the vehicles pieces. After Fellow Guardian didn't really have any, or Marty Vehicles didn't have any competition, thinking that it would be the number one deck again. And bought into some Toolcraft Exemplars, Depalas, Unlicensed Disintegrations. Of course, this was an FNM promo. This, I think, is long-term. This could be your tool or your Thraben Inspector. Unless Disintegration is still a really, really good card. Unfortunately, it's not that great at the moment with Aetherix Marvels running around. There's just better things. But usually when there's like a Planeswalker / creature strategy, unless Disintegration is great. It's the best removal spell we have in Standard at the moment. You've seen a couple of them eke their way into Modern. If a format like Frontier ever takes off, which Wizards has hinted at, this is also a good card. Pia Nalar too. I just really thought that the vehicles decks were going to go more of an aggro strategy again. And again, there was no risk in this investment. I think we bought these because we were running low at my store for these particular cards. And so we just filled back up on them. Master of Waves, here you go. Here is a card that I really, really think that you should be investing in for Modern that is at or near its all-time low. And these have been really making waves lately, pun intended, with the Merfolk decks. And okay, so yeah, I got in about here-ish, and you can see this trajectory is starting to look very positive. And it's not too late to find deals of what I got. What did I get? $2.75. Let's go ahead and click on this to see if we can find anything like that. Yeah, yep, you can still find a few here and there. Probably even better deals than I did. See if there's any 4 or more. Moderately played, lightly played. eBay, you could look for them. Hot sauce, $3. Okay, so they are a little bit higher than I expected. So this is going up quite quick, though. This is a pretty good incline for Master Waves. So there's not a lot of time left for this card. It was of course out of Theros, but it's been given enough time, even that Theros, one of the most sold sets of all time, is going to have time to appreciate. So Master of Waves, if you look back in most of these Merfolk decks, is a 4 of. There are other ways to build it. This one particularly is a 3 of. 4 of in this one. Again, there are some lists that do not have the Master of Waves, but most of them do. The other card that I do like a lot in Merfolk is the Harbinger of Tides. Harbinger of Tides is extremely low, and I think we've seen the flat of the Harbinger of Tides. And so usually I say it lasts about a year after it's flat, and we are approaching that rotation. So October-ish, I expect this card to start going up. And so these are 2 little specs that I really, really, really do like. They've proven themselves. Let's just go over here to metagame and see how long it takes us before we find a Merfolk. And this now, I might be embarrassed here because there might not be one. I think the Merfolk does very well when there are a lot of the company decks. And it does seem like a lot of these collected company decks are getting bigger, so Merfolk's time is to shine. Ooh, wow. There we go. We didn't have to go too far down to find a Merfolk. And you see, usually it's like a couple a month you'll see on these top lists of Merfolk. If you go to a tournament, you'll usually, if you're in an 8-rounder, one of those rounds is usually going to be against a Merfolk player. Merfolk seems to be very pet to a lot of people too. Like I know people that only play Merfolk. That's their go-to deck. They'll play it whether it's good or not. And it's so. Anywho, I still do think it's a great investment. Alrighty, get back to your questions. Theros Standard was pretty awful. Not gonna lie. I think Theros is one of my worst experiences of Standard that I've ever had. I think people are looking back with kind of rose-colored glasses, thinking that Theros was such a great. Did you guys play during Theros? That was the worst. At least, well, I guess the thing with old school Theros, Return to Ravnica Theros, is you did feel like you played Magic, though. I can at least accept that. The problem was there was just it was impossible to brew during Theros because the archetypes were just so set in stone, and you needed to be playing one of those archetypes because you couldn't build a deck that was good against I like to call it the big 4 back then. You had the Boros Burn, so they just tried to kill you by turn 5 or turn 6 by the inevitability life loss. Then you had Mono Black Devotion that tried to rely on first turn Thoughtseize into Pack Rat. Mutavault Pack Rat was a strong draw. They could even beat control decks with that draw. And then there was like the Esper control lists. And so a heavy control list with Sphinx's Revelation, a heavy attrition base deck with Thoughtseize Pack Rat, and then like a heavy burn route. And then every now and again you'd get some like green-red monsters. You'd get Mono Blue Devotion. But those were the main 3 archetypes, and it's very, very tough to build a deck that could beat one of those, but not, and then lose. You'd be able, if you built something to beat mono black, you'd lose to Esper and Boros. If you beat something to beat Boros, you'd lose to the 2 control decks, and so it was really, really tough back then. So I didn't like it. So anywho, so yeah, so Jeremy's going to be at my mom's a master of waves. Huh? Oh, Rochelle, why are you being mean to Rochelle? She's a nice lady. I guess maybe that's a compliment. She was a swim coach for like 21 years, I believe. So maybe she is the master of waves. Oh man. So anyway, yeah, I'll probably be hanging out a lot with Jeremy at Vegas too. So come say hi. I think we have. Well, I'm out of camera here. You guys should have told me I'm out of camera. I'm trying to speak into my microphone as best as possible. Anywho. What MTG cards would I like to see reprinted? I have a whole video on what cards I think need to be reprinted. I think Commander probably needs the most love. There's a lot of cards like Doubling Season. Maybe just because I'm kind of on the Commander. I've really been enjoying Commander, especially 1v1 Commander. Well, the theory of it lately. And I'd like to see a lot of some of those expensive cards be more accessible. A lot of I can't stand watching people use like a card that they shouldn't be using for budget reasons. You know, there's a better version out there. But standard could use some I think some. I really like to see Kolaghan's Command get a reprint. Oh, that's another one that I made a killing off of, by the way. We'll get onto that in a second, though. All right. What questions have I... Feel free to put in a question I may have missed, too. I'm trying my best to scroll through this stuff. But, reserve list is something that is kind of, it's very, very awkward. I want to pull the trigger. You can see one of the cards that I've invested in the reserve list. We'll get to it in a second. It's a kind of a pet card. It's one of those, what was that dude that bought into Seance and then tried to spike it? I kind of want to try a experiment to see exactly what my pull is in the community, to see if I can actually affect prices. Now, some people might say that's unethical, but come on, it's for science. That's my reasoning anyway. And I'll show you the card that I've been buying into and probably going to try to pump up. I actually do think it's a good card. So it's not like I'm trying to get to pump up a bad card, but I've been playing it in a lot of Commander decks, and usually every time I play it in a Commander deck, people want a copy because it's super, super fun. So let's just scroll through here really quickly for some other cards I've invested in. Here we go. Full disclosure, this is a card I've been going all in on for a while, is Null Chamber. And if some of you aren't, let me try to pull this card up a little bit bigger so people can see it. So Null Chamber says you and target opponent each name a card except for a basic land. Those cards cannot be played. So it's a Nevermore ×2. And this just baffles me that the Commander community isn't all over this card. This is one of the most fun cards to play in Commander, or unfun cards depending on who you ask to play in Commander, because it's one of those make an ally cards. It's on the reserve list, so that's a good thing for investing in a card. And you effectively can just shut down 2 people's commanders. So you say to player A, will you name player C's or player B's commander if I name player C's commander? And if you can shake hands on that, you've just locked down 2 commanders with 1 Null Chamber. And it's until they deal with it. It's a really, really fun card. It also gets rid of Concordant Crossroads because it's an enchant world that you can then destroy their enchant world with. I really wish enchant world would come back. I think it was a fun mechanic. Kind of like the legendary rule, old school legendary world, but for all, there can only be one of these out at a time. So anyway, Null Chamber is I always wanted to go all in on a reserve list card, and I scoured and scoured and scoured. Okay, what penny stock reserve list cards have any sort of ability to go up? Now, most of the cards on this list that are now like under 50 cents on reserve lists are garbage. They're absolute trash. It's very, very tough to find a card that hasn't gone up over that 50 cent mark in yeah, 4 reserve list cards, except for this one. And it does see play if you actually scour like EDH Rec, it does see play. It's still in the thousands though of most played cards. It doesn't even rank in the top 5,000, I believe. But there are a lot of command. I wish it was 3 mana because then Zur the Enchanter could go tutor it up. But I think it'd be a lot more popular Zur decks because I think every Zur deck at that point would throw it in like Nevermore. But Note Chamber has been a card, as you can see, that I've been going in quite some time on. And again, this is just like an experiment. This is a sign. If I lose my money on this, I'll be out $100. And I'll have a ton of Null Chambers to wallpaper my house with. But it seems to me to be a card that does have potential. Now, these are very, very risky. I don't advise this. It probably more than likely will be a waste of money. But it is something that I'm just trying to see my influence, to see exactly how I can affect the market and see if that I can pump this card, just educate. This is a card that requires educating people. And once people are educated, how I just randomly stumbled upon it going through bulks and then threw it in a Tesa deck. And that's when I kind of fell in love with it. It's just playing it in my Tesa deck. Palancrone was for a deck. Ulamog was for a deck. Urbreast was for a deck. Got into Thala's Lieutenant, really thinking that humans were going to be viable. Did that happen? I'm not sure. I really thought green, white. Okay, so this investment was pretty decent. It's up to 260. Got in at a $2. I like Thala's Lieutenant long term. Oh. Helpful jam or jam. Helpful Jam. MTGO is a market that is totally different. Okay, so MTGO has treasure chests. Treasure chests are self-regulating. What I mean by that is as soon as a card becomes worth a particular amount of money, that's why I'm so pissed that I'm still in this community cup and I have this card I want to get rid of so bad, which is it's a Merfolk. True Name Nemesis, for example. So True Name Nemesis is insanely expensive right now. I bought here-ish. I bought into it because I needed it for the community cup challenge. Go subscribe to They Said We Said or Card Bazaar. I have been playing in. I'm not going to spoil my first round. I don't think I'm supposed to spoil my first round. I'm playing Brea. You can go back and check some of my YouTube videos. I did a whole deck tech on Brea, and one of the cards that I used was True Name Nemesis. So I bought this just for that challenge, and I was just going to resell it. That's the good thing about MTGO is you can resell cards and really not be hurt that. The spread on what bots buy a card for and sell them is super, super low, especially if you're using like trusted bots like MTGO traders or Goat bots. Those are very, very good bots that have a super, super low spread. So buy it for a tournament, resell it, you're not out that much money. So I did that. And True Name Nemesis is just spiked up to a point that I want to get rid of the damn thing, but I'm kind of stuck because I have to use that exact same list. So guaranteed, next treasure chest will have True Name Nemesis, and they'll put it probably like a 1 in 16 or something like. They have like the rate, or no, I think the higher the rate, the more chance it has to be in a treasure chest. So this will be in there, and it will crash the price of this card because people will then start getting them out of treasure chests. So MTGO is one of those things you always just want to sell when you see a price increase like this, and then buy it back after they put it in a treasure chest. My MTGO account, it is constantly recycling cards, and then I'll buy again when they're low. So then right after this goes low again, I'll buy it again at 30, and then rinse and repeat. I also have a Liliana that I bought for just Commander, just to mess around with. And it's super expensive, and it's actually, it went down because of Modern Masters. I think the one that I have is Modern Masters. So it's high right now, and I'm guaranteed it will be put in the treasure chest because this is insanely expensive for an MTGO card, and then you just rebuy it again when it's low. And it is such a cyclical thing and a very predictable thing on MTGO that is the best strategy. You can still, of course, follow trends. You can still, of course, do all of those sort of things that you do in Paper Magic, but know that treasure chests are a very, very self-regulating aspect to MTGO. If there's one thing that I want to kind of bite my tongue on or regret or apologize for, it's treasure chests. I hated them. absolutely thought that they were going to be a disaster when they released them. But again, I was thinking in Kevin terms. What was the point of opening another quote-unquote booster pack? Like, no one on MTGO opens booster packs. For whatever reason, they don't gamble with booster packs, but boy, do they gamble with treasure chests. There are people that actually enjoy opening them. In fact, bots will sell them bots will sell more than they'll open for value. They'll buy at a certain price and immediately sell them. It's something that they have a hard time keeping in stock because people actually do buy treasure chests to open, which to me is just pure insanity. I need to find a link too, if people want to link it in chat, if they can link it in chat, I think GoatBots or one of them have like a treasure chest EV calculator, and so it will always calculate the value of a treasure chest so you can kind of know what it's worth. But the bots already do that. Most bots, I mean, if you sell it to a bot, they're going to give you a little bit lower than actually they're going to give you a little bit higher than the EV is what I found, because they can actually sell them for higher than the EV. So anyway, EV is estimated value, by the way, for people that aren't familiar with the terms. All right, do I think that Tarmogoyf will break the $100 mark? No. Goyf is on a fast decay. Tarmogoyf. This card is just going to continue to go down. It's flatline now for this Modern Masters one. What's the other Modern Masters? I think it's going to be only a few weeks away before Liliana becomes the most expensive card in Modern. Maybe Crucible of Worlds, or which actually doesn't see a lot of play because of Modern, just sees play because of other Eternal formats. Or Chalice of the Void, or some of those others that are sitting around that $70 mark are going to pass up Tarmogoyf. This card has been printed way too many times, and currently it's not even in the top decks. So it's something's got to give. Going back to that whole boom bust bubble scenario that I gave you, and I think that we're going to have another bust. We're going to have another bubble that does bust, just because there isn't this. The speculators are going to have to give. We saw so many stores and so many online stores, so many retail stores, so many just people speculating because Magic used to be the biggest no-brainer. It was outperforming the stock market. It is going to give eventually, and then it's going to have to reset itself. And I think a card like Tarmogoyf is going to be the card that gets hit really, really hard. How many times are these people going to lose money on it? I mean, Star City Games bought all the copies of when this set came out. They went around, not this one. Where's the old school? When Modern Masters, I guess 2013, came out, they were selling, it was like $80 was what a Tarmogoyf was going for. And at GP Vegas, Star City Games with a wad full of cash went around to all the vendors and bought out every Tarmogoyf for $105 and below, and they spiked the price up of Tarmogoyf. And they did this because they were the only store with that type of capital on hand that could just wait it out. And they successfully did wait it out, and it did cause this price spike, and they probably unloaded all of them here, and then it got a reprint here, and I expected it just to crash even faster, and it has been crashing, of course, the original one since then. But speculators, I don't think, have ever really made money off of Tarmogoyf since this second printing, and it tends to still be a expensive card because it's one of those cards that will hold its value at least, so collectors will hold on to it thinking that it will be a Black Lotus someday or something. It's too much of a cash cow for Wizards. If they reprint it again in the next Modern sets, that just makes no sense to me. It was the only card, it and one other card, I believe. I think it was maybe a common or uncommon, but out of all the cards in Modern Masters 2, only Tarmogoyf got reprinted in Modern Masters 3. They chose not to reprint anything else, but there was so much of a temptation that they still did print the Tarmogoyf. So don't underestimate Wizards' ability just to pull the trigger on something they know that's going to be a cash cow. As long as this card's going to hold a high price tag and going to be something that's sought after, they're going to print it just to sell their stuff. So I hate Tarmogoyf long term. Oh, okay. What do I think of Aetherhub? I absolutely do love Aetherhub. Long-term, short-term. Aetherhub has gone down. Isn't it on the reprint? FNM. Did we already miss that one? Did this already come out? Geez, I'm a store owner and I can't remember if Aetherhub was a thing. Zach!
What?
Was Aetherhub a promo already?
No, next month.
Next month. Okay.
See,
thanks,
look.
Zach.
Look at the number. I can't even see.
Well, I don't even know what number we're on.
Well, it goes in the months out of 12.
Oh, look at that. 6 out of 12. Yeah. Okay, so July. Look at that. Look how smart Zach is. Everyone say, or shout out to Zach there. It just barged in the door. Yes, I'm doing this live from the Gone Road games, by the way. I'm trying to incorporate more of the store into the YouTube. We're going to try to, our next investment is going to be a DSLR camera. So your donations, your Patreon money, your turning off ad block on the YouTube channel goes to a good cause. We are slowly becoming professionals. I hope you did enjoy my last video. We put a lot of time into that damn thing. And it's very, very, I'm going through another YouTube, I don't know what you want to call it. Older channels get killed by YouTube algorithm. I'm hemorrhaging subscribers again. So it like cleans them up, losing about 20 subs a day. And it's just the way that YouTube pushes out new content, kind of gets rid of I was paranoid last time this happened and just kind of panicked, but I've talked to so many older YouTubers and they say this is like clockwork. It happens to all of the old YouTube channels and then eventually it just recorrects itself. And it's just one of those things that Google has to do to stop people that have exploited the algorithm to continue. They need to mix things up to make sure that content is always king. Otherwise, you'll get just spammy things become the popularity. Like people will break the system. So unfortunately, my channel is back to not getting pushed. If you look at the analytics, a lot of it is external, like coming from Facebook, Twitter, word of mouth, and not coming from the YouTube suggested stuff, which any YouTuber knows that's the majority of views are going to come from YouTube putting it on your sidebar saying suggested video. Oh, I just watched this video. Cool. I'm going to watch this video. And my videos are not showing up on that again and whatnot. So anywho, that's a bitch for another day. Oh, we are doing a Market Monday live streams, right? Right now is a Market Monday live stream. So anyway, where were we? I think I've been all over the place again. Anyone else have some questions? But Aether Hub, yeah, we were talking about Aether Hub. That's what I was doing. Aether Hub, the regular card is back up to $2.64. Again, it's still the Kaladesh effect. Kaladesh energy, I don't think is going anywhere. I think an eventual Marvel ban might affect energy in general. But if you actually look at these other, I basically ran a version of this at game day. Not Elder Deep Fiend. I just ran a ton of Planeswalkers. And so I ran 4 Chandler Initiates, 4 Servant of the Conduits, 4 Rogue Refiner, 4 Whirl of Virtuosos. Because why in the world do you want to run any card but these cards in Standards? I know that probably Zombies and Marvel is better at this point, but is there any 2 other cards that scream more value than Whirl of Virtuoso and Rogue Refiner? So I think that any Standard that this, until Kaladesh rotates, these are going to be a huge part of the meta. Attune, Rogue Refiner, Whirler Virtuoso, Servant of the Conduit, and Aether Hub. I like all of those as long-term. Hold on. So even Attune's almost up to a quarter a piece. And then Harness Lightning is right there. I don't think you can go wrong with them. These are cards that are no longer going to become drafted, but Kaladesh is still Toolcraft Exemplar, Toolcraft Exemplar, Toolcraft Exemplar. Just look at that card. If that card can't hold value, it's so tough for me to see any card from Kaladesh long-term. I could be wrong. And again, Marvel is there's a lot riding on Marvel because I think it's just a matter of time. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when Marvel becomes banned. And now we're starting to see a huge backlash, even in the pro. Go to Twitter. There's a lot of people making fun of Marvel, saying I was probably the first person. I mean, it would be sweet justice when people called me retarded for saying that Aetherix Marvel might be the first card since Jace the Mind Sculptor to be banned in Standard. If you go back to my Kaladesh spoiler video, that's what I said about Aetherix Marvel. I said, oh, Ulamog is going to be busted with this card. And then, of course, is Emrakul that was the card that was busted for. It led to the banning of Emrakul, and now we've seen a metagame that is now 30% Marvel decks. So that's a bad sign for Marvel. It's a bad sign for Energy, but I think the Energy decks are fine without it. Like I love this deck. My deck's very similar. Instead of Bristling Hydras and Elder Deep Fiends, it's Saheeli's and Arlen's, because both of those are so busted with Glorybringer. You either make a copy of Glorybringer or give it Vigilance, and either way, it's getting another exert trigger. And then Arlen's really fun with Whirler Virtuoso, as Arlen can pump up all the tokens. And I won so many games. Like one game against Zombies. Zombie thought it was going to out-aggro me, and so I just ignored Zombies, and Zombies just ignored me. Got a Whirler Virtuoso out. It started with like a Tune of the Aether, Stern of the Conduit, Rogue Refiner, Whirler Virtuoso, dumped them all into Thopters, flipped Arlen, +1 to Arlen, swung in for lethal. And it was a pretty quick victory. And while clogging up the board as well, with Zombies not being able to attack in as good as they, having to spend the mana, give Menace, having to trade with or one of their cards die to the Whirler Virtuoso. So I think that this shell is always going to be something that will be in the metagame until it rotates. So Tune, Aether Hub, Harness Lightning, all of those. What was I killing with Harness Lightning? Torrential Gearhulks. I was killing Torrential Gearhulks all day with Harness Lightning just because, besides Whirler Virtuoso, I didn't have an outlet for energy in my deck. It was all just going to be stuffed into Whirler Virtuoso and mana fixing. Alrighty. Is Glorybringer a good pickup? This is kind of how I feel about Kaladesh. I don't like first sets. First sets, I have trouble really going up a lot. Look at Gideon, for example. Ulamog now showed us that it can, but Ulamog's kind of funny because Ulamog did go down very, very low, and then it just ended up hitting a top deck. And so, yeah, I think Glorybringer is going to suffer the same thing with it that Gideon suffered from, is it's a known card, and so everyone has their play set, and so it's always going to be in like the tier 2 deck, tier 3 deck. And so even if it makes a tier 1 deck, it can't really go up when everyone already has the card. Aetherworks Marvel is kind of the same way. Everyone already has Aetherworks Marvel. It only went up to $10. A card that is just completely destroying the format, played out as a 4-of, played up in 30% of the metagame, is having a hard time going over $10. And so Glorybringer was a rare, and also was the game day promo. And so there should be a lot of those cards just floating around the game day. I think game days probably have more quantities going out there than even the F&M pro. Probably F&Ms have more than game day promos. We get about the same, which is sad. I think we get about 5 per week for F&M promos, and no, we get more because we get double sets now. So we get 10 per week. So we get a total of around 40 to 50, depending on how many weeks, how many Fridays end up in the month. And then game days, we get 2 game days, so 16. So yeah, there actually is quite a few less game day promos out there than F&M promos, I would say. Alrighty. Do I have a stance on removing the reserve list? Absolutely yes, but Wizards have said absolutely no. We've heard it time and time again that they are not going to get rid of the reserve list. I guess they've consulted their legal team, and I think that'd be a disaster. I don't know. I'm not a legal expert, but apparently that would be a disaster. So I want it gone. Man, I want to play Earthcraft in every deck. That's my new favorite degenerate card in Commander. I finally broke down. Like, I've been not investing in reserve list cards, or not even buying them, just in fear that they're going to be reprinted. And, well, maybe just my bad luck will mean it will be reprinted now that I've bought an Academy Rector and a Earthcraft, and what else did I just recently buy? Palancrone, Great Whale. I've been picking up a lot of 1-ofs just for Commander decks for, kind of Commander staples. Haven't really invested a lot in them. I'm just so weirded out if the Legacy could turn into a non-reserve list Legacy. I actually think that's the better route to go, because there's some degenerate cards that would also just be gone out of Legacy. I don't care about Legacy. I don't play the format, so I don't really have a say for it. Kind of how I feel about Modern now too. I think I've bowed out at format. I'll play some Soul. I need to update Soul Sisters. Really want to try the cat, the 1/1 life linking cat. What do I think of Curator of Mysteries? What in the world is Curator of Mysteries? The card is really, really fun in the right shell. The whole thing is, I do like it if cycling does. Is it confirmed? Anyone in the comment section, let me know if is it confirmed or not confirmed if cycling is going to continue on in Hour of Devastation. Because there have been some of these things in the past that I've gone like all in on, and then the second set just really didn't support it. So Current Mysteries is a very, very powerful card for 4/4 for. I actually like the 5/3 for 5 mana with Embalm. Card is just screams value. Maybe after rotation, if we see more mid-range decks, that one's going to be a pretty good pickup. But again, we're back to Amonkhet. Amonkhet was, I swear this one was in an intro deck too. Pretty sure. Was this one in or not an intro deck? I guess they got rid of the intro. No, they didn't. Yeah, they did. It's not in the Planeswalker deck. Yeah, it's not in Liliana's deck, right? She's just black. I really need to get on top of these things. I thought this had some sort of product that this was already in. Huh. Yeah, I mean, Living End at the moment isn't in blue either. They don't. Do they? I guess we can scroll down to see if it's being played. I guess it is in Living End. Okay. Well, long term, this is a good one because it's a rare in Living End. So they're not running the archetyped in here now. They're even in blue. Guess it dies to Anger the Gods. Allows them to play Anger Gods and not kill any of their stuff. It's a pretty good tech. Yeah, I don't know. Long term. This would be like a Madcap experiment. So it's going to be even longer than I would say for a card like Madcap. And Madcap's one of the focal pieces of that particular strategy, whereas Curator of Mysteries is just one of the cards that could be played. So, for example, if they want to go more into a green list, they cut blue, go back to the Deadshot Minotaurs, and what's the other green one that they use to cycle? You never know if a better cycler is going to be printed in the next set. Speaking of which, that was a card I got really burned on, was this card. So, Tidebinder Mage. And it's going up again. Woo, look at that. Slightly going up. Tidebinder Mage is a card, and we'll scroll back down my order history in a second here, and I'll show you some specs that I've got completely. And I wouldn't say burned because they haven't gone down from when I spec'd them, but they really didn't go up to what I thought. Pizza? Ugh. Little Caesars.
They went there.
Zach's trying to poison me. He's trying to feed me Little Caesars.
I didn't want an enema.
You didn't want an enema?
Yeah, so I got Little Caesars.
So you got, Zach didn't want an enema, so he bought Little Caesars to do the job for him. All right. I guess I ate a Hot Pocket today, so that's just as bad. Anyway, so Tidebinder Mage was a card I went all in on, and the next set, literally after I spec'd into it, they printed Harbinger of Tides, which literally took the place of Tidebinder Mage. The good news is Tidebinder Mage still does see play in a lot of sideboards for Merfolk, and I think that a long turn down the road, it will go up in value. Where I don't like cards that I just talked about with the Curator is you never know what comes out in next set. If, again, for example, they print a couple green cards, and Living End decides they want to go back to green because it's just better for Beast Within, for example, and just better to hit that mana for the violent outburst. So if you're going all in on Living End, I'd wait for the next set for more information if cycling is still going to be a thing. It could enable a new perspective type deck, cycling type deck, but those decks really don't want a creature at the moment. So we'd have to wait and see exactly what happens with more cyclers. I think you have time is what I'm trying to say. The card's going to continue to go down because it's still being drafted as a 3-of. This is not the time to invest in Amonkhet. The time to invest in Amonkhet is right after Hour of Devastation. So it's when the next set, whatever the set coming out after our Hour of Devastation is, and they're no longer being drafted. So like right now is a good time to get into Kaladesh, or especially A3 Volt, because there's no more supply entering into the marketplace. No one's just opening a bunch of draft packs to play that draft set. They're all drafting Amonkhet. So Amonkhet's also a very fun set to draft. So apparently it's being drafted quite heavily. All right. Whew. How's my brew with Shadows of the Grave panned out? Usually if a card, if someone gets there before, so it hit the new perspective deck. So a lot of times when people figure out for a place for a brew card, it's pretty funny at game day. I sat down and played, I went turn 3 Saheeli, and my friend laughed at me. He's like, oh, you can play that card now. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, now it's not in the number 1 deck. You can play Saheeli. I'm like, oh, you're right. And then I was also known as the Marvel person. I always loved to play different Marvel brews, not the broken Nulamog brews, like just Marvel brews, just trying to hit other different things with Marvel because it's been such a value card. In fact, I quite enjoy Marvel when it's not called getting Emrakul or Ulamog. It's just with those cards in existence and with Nicol Bolas on the horizon, I just don't think it's a good thing for the format. But I played a lot of Marvel when it wasn't the tier 1 deck. As soon as it becomes a tier 1 deck, I can't play it. It's just my personality. And that's kind of the thing with Shadows of the Grave. Once it hit that new perspective decks, I just didn't really look into it more. Yes, I want to go back to Modern, but the same problem I'm having is Modern. So it's hard for me to get motivated about Modern. And it's hard for me to get when it's so degenerate to begin with. And it's hard for me to be motivated about Frontier when Mark Rosewater basically states that they are working on a format that's not called Khans of Tarkir and Fate Reforged forward. So it's hard for me to really push Frontier anymore and really play Frontier when we've just been given the biggest middle finger by Wizards saying that we'll kill it right in its... It has to be... I have a really low faith in community-driven formats. I know that's how Commander started, but Commander really didn't take off until Wizards adopted it. Same thing with now this Commander 1 versus 1. I would even say Pauper. Pauper existed, but it really didn't exist until Wizards picked it up. And I think that Pauper could actually take off if Wizards actually would promote like a Pauper GP, for example. However, a Frontier format needs to be picked up. So there's no room for a grassroots type thing. And it's just sad. I tried. I gave it my all. I did it for good reasons because I really did want a non-rotating format that didn't have as power level as Modern did. But it's so a card like that, like the Shadows of the Grave. Unfortunately, there's a lot of cool cards that I think need more help. Or in this case, it does fit in the new perspectives type style. So anyway, all right. So Jason, with the Marvel. I disagree with you on Marvel because there is going to be a card called Nicol Bolas. I'm calling it now. It's going to be printed, and it's going to bust Marvel. So it's not going to be pretty either because the last Nicol Bolas was an I-win. It was another Karn type ability, and when it came out, it was really, really powerful. It destroyed a permanent or a non-creature permanent, right? And you gain control of a creature, destroy a non-creature permanent. You ticked it up like twice. You got to basically destroy everything. Their hand, their life total. So I'm expecting the same. It's really on the best indicator of the future is the past, and that's the way that Wizards has kind of treated these iconic cards. Look at Emrakul, look at Ulamog, look at Gideon. They've been really, really good. So an 8-mana spell or a 7-mana spell in conjunction with a card like Aetherworks Marvel and so much energy to enable it is really, really, really hard for me to see that it won't be broken. All right, let's see here. What do I think of Walking Ballista, Bone Picker, Rampager deck? It's a very, very sweet deck. However, it's just not going to be able to compete with Marvel at the moment. Especially the Chandra Marvel is very good at wiping boards. A card like Walking Ballista just doesn't get the job done. Good versus zombies. I think that's what we're starting to see kind of the fall of zombies is some of these other decks are becoming tuned for the zombie matchup. And it just doesn't... Yeah, it's hard to really hate out Marvel. It's pretty easy to hate out zombies. Yeah, there's 2 zombies in this one. That's 2 of the Black Green Constrictor though. Those decks are pretty sweet. But you can see that this metagame is falling pretty quickly into Marvel.deck, so yeah, this is a very bad sign. No Mardu in this entire top list here. Two blink green black constrictors, 2 zombies, all Marvel. So we have a Mardu vehicles here though. Then Marvel, 2 energy decks, Marvel, control. No, 1 zombie in this one. We've had worse metagames. The thing is, you can still beat Marvel. Still does feel like you play a little bit of Magic. Doesn't feel as bad as Saheeli. But it's still stupid when they get that turn 4 Ulamog. Alrighty. I didn't really lose interest in Frontier. It just didn't seem like I had a community behind me and I got so much heat and so much flack for it. People called, they called out my intentions for it. Did I make some money on Frontier? Yes. But why not? If there's a craze, why don't you get in on that craze? Colgan's Command was a huge one that actually, my whole strategy though for Frontier was to not invest in only Frontier. If I was going to invest in a card, it had to have playability outside of Frontier, and I made a good killing on those cards. Hey, we'll talk about it. We'll scroll back down my order history. So Restore Balance. Here's another shameless promotion. One of the things I try to give back to my patrons on Patreon is I give out market alerts. And this is one I gave out. As soon as they made the ruling on Restore Balance with the As Foretold, I bought into Restore Balance. And I think we sold most of them at 8? Or is it 10? Is where we sold back out. I think it was 10 is where we sold back out of Restore Balance. And I guess it is at 10 now. So, yeah, that was a quick flip. So I invested in right here. And then you can actually see I got it for $3.78 a piece with 99-cent shipping, bought 20 copies of them, and we quickly turned them. And that was just buying into the hype and selling into the hype. So that was another great spec. And like these things add up. So apparently if you are a single seller, this is still something, take the eBay fees on this. You're going to hit, 10% off of this. So you're not selling them for $10. You're selling them for $9. Shipping off of 20 was only 5 cents, so I got these at $3.83 a piece, and with all the labor in that, so then made $9. So let's just round up. Made $5 per thing. Made $120 on that transaction. Not too bad, not too shabby. So these things, if you're really, really good at it, I guess it is something that is feasible. So I still think that you should think of it as managing your collection. I don't think it's something that you should really quit your day job for. Don't quit your day job to be a speculator. I know there are people that do it, but how many people just invest in the stock market like right out the gate? It's something you really need to become knowledgeable about. Have a huge backup plan. It's something you probably should have a lot of money stored away in case it doesn't work out, and it's got to be expendable money. It's a volatile market. Magic could go bottoms up. You never know what will be the straw that breaks the camel's back, and people just finally quit the game. There have been some very scary things that have almost gotten me to quit. I mean, I've been wanting to quit for a long time. I just love the game. But if it was up to the community, I would be gone. I'd be out of this crap hole of a thing we call Magic the Gathering, just because of personally how hostile I think it's become in the past 5 years. Anyway, that's another shit show for another day. So, anywho, speaking of shit shows, my next investment. Triumph Ferocity is a pet card for a deck when I want to commit YouTube suicide. Oh, geez, making me log back in. Guess we've been AFK for that long. So, anyway, Triumph of Ferocity is a card I probably own the most Triumph of Ferocities out of anyone. And I'll challenge you on that, because I think I own I think I have 1,000 copies of Triumph of Ferocity. Again, though, this is a day that I want to commit YouTube. If I ever want to commit like social suicide, I'll do the Triumph of Ferocity video. It's just one of those little plays on, just kind of the politically correct nonsense we've been going through. If people don't understand kind of the history of Triumph of Ferocity, one of these days I'll probably get upset enough I'll do a video on Triumph of Ferocity. But anywho, I bought a bunch of cards. What I was going to do with the video is put them in a chest and then go bury them in the desert so they can no longer hurt anybody. But I decided that probably would. And I'm talking about it on YouTube, so what the hell. Anyway, it's just something that it's been my little pet card that I own more Triumph. I am the number one shareholder of Triumph of Ferocity. So, okay, here's some good ones. here are some really good ones, what I like penny stocks. This is another investment for way down the road. Painful Truce is a very interesting card because just search it up in MTG Goldfish, and you can see the variety of decks that use this card. So we have does see play every now and again in Marty vehicles. Sees play in Modern, Legacy, Vintage. Modern, Legacy, and Vintage use Painful Truce. Commander decks will also use Painful Truce with their 3 colors. Or, 3 or 4 colors. So, I mean, it's pretty good. It's Ancient Cravings, right? Isn't that the card it's like it, but it's 1 mana cheaper. And it's something you can actually adjust as you want. If you only want to draw 1 card, cycle it away, basically, for 3 mana, just lose 1 life, you can do so. You can play it for 2 or 3. So it's a very versatile card, and it sees a ton of play. And so I just started buying into them. I started buying them really targeting the low, so 25 cents. Well, I bought them for 47 cents here, but yeah, usually I've been trying to target them for like 25 cents when I can get them, just as a spec for long term. I like Evolutionary Leap as well, just because I think it's a really, really juicy card. I played in a lot of Commander decks. I think the reason why I ordered these 13 copies is we sold out of them here at the store. So we do this a lot. We refill our inventory. A lot of Commander play groups get very what I like to call inbred, because what I mean by inbred is they start to use similar cards that everyone is playing. So they create their own little meta, and Evolutionary Leap is definitely one of those cards. So token-based decks, a lot of them will just, that's a cool card, I'll buy it. And the one person buys it, then all of a sudden we're sold out of a particular card. So I think I was just filling up on this particular card, but I do like Evolutionary Leap long-term investment. It's a powerful card for the casual. Powerful card. You could actually see aristocrat type style play in Modern, and I wouldn't fault people. I think it's Modern playable for sure. Crypt Breaker. As soon as zombies were announced, I wish I would have gone more all in on Crypt Breaker. Same with Diregraph Colossus. I think that, yeah, lots of Crypt Breakers, lots of Diregraph Colossus. Ranger of Eos is for a video. I'm giving them a signed copy to all my patrons. So yeah, that was that particular buy. You can see 25 cents, 30 cents is really where I targeted Painful Truce. Bought a ton more of those. Outpost Siege. This was a card we were just low on at my store, so I refilled it up. Demigod of Revenge was for a deck. Evolutionary Leap was, again, I think I just ordered those for a deck. Rite of Passage. This is another benefit of becoming a patron. This was one that I did tweet out, or not tweet out, whatever, messaged out on Patreon that Rite of Passage was just about to spike because of the Walking Ballista combo. It did spike. I think it's gone back down. But if you did buy and then sell out, you probably made quite a bit of cash on that, because I think it got up to the $4, $5 mark, which is just where it becomes profitable to flip a penny stock. You can see more Rite of Passages. These were just cards I needed. Hardened Scales. This was another card that I think I bought this right when they got low in the Commander set. So they came out of the Commander set at like the $1.41, and it was more the Walking Ballista and the Snake that I thought, okay, maybe this could see play in Modern. It saw a lot of play in Frontier. Just pulled the trigger on. Bought a lot of Hardened Scales, and I think I did quite well because I think Hardened Scales are still around the $2, $2.50. Let's see, $3, $2.37 for con. So it's starting to dip a little bit. But this card, I think, is just the more +1 counters get printed, the better this card gets. So kind of a pickup for long term. Let's go. Glint Sleeve Siphoner was a miss. I really thought the green-black energy was going to take off, and it didn't. And I got killed by this card. I think that it's bulk rare status. It does see a lot of play, though, still. So maybe I'll recoup that long-term with the Glint Sleeve Siphoner. Yeah, but I really thought this deck was going to be the #1 deck. So this was a spec gone wrong. I've lost half the value. But again, it wasn't even that big of a deal. I think we were out of the store, too. So went kind of higher in on these cards. This was just a refill for the Toolcraft Exemplar, Scrappy Scrounger, Neil Spire, Stonehaven. Okay, this was for the equipment deck. I sold a lot of these at my particular store. Captain's Claw deck. I think I sold out of them. Anyway, go after your questions again. Pack Crack Fever, I explained why I don't go into foils. Maybe I'm just a sloppy person or whatever. Foils in my environment are incredibly hard to keep near mint. They cloud and they bend insanely quick unless I immediately get them in a perfect fit, in a sleeve, and in a hard case. My foils tend to not fare very well for very long. And, you know, whatever the dry environment, I live in the middle of the desert. We're actually what's called a rain shadow. Our humidity level's very, very low year round. And I don't know if that's the reason. I hear it's even worse in humid climates, but it's just I've lost a lot of money just on foils going bad. Foils are really hard to move if they're anything but near mint. So you have any sort of damage on them. Foil buyers are also the biggest prudes ever. I've had more problems selling foils than anything. You know, most of the time I do very well with if there's a card that's in between lightly played and near mint. No one complains. They're fine. Very, very few people are like, this isn't near mint. Look at this little minor imperfection. Foils? My God. My God, the foil collectors, they want pristine. And it's just come to the point that foils became such a headache that I don't invest in them for that very reason. Now, yes, I'm probably missing out on a huge market, and I know that these type of cards have the most to go up. In fact, a lot of cards are very stable that go even after rotation. The foils actually hold their value. But for that reasons, I do not invest in foils. And again, if you're in an area or if you figured out a format that or a formula for your foils not becoming trash after a few months, even like these are cards we even put in like perfect fit sleeves in a binder, got curled. And it's just something I'm not willing to take that risk again. Anywho, what do I have to change? Well, this should be all time. So let's see if we can go back farther than page 7. Not last. Last will go way back in the day. Oh, Beck, these were fun specs. I bought into Beck, Calling, Breaking, and Entering back in the day, just because I thought that they were eventually cards that we're going to see play. I bought this for Mill and this for because it had the closest thing to Glimpse of Nature. And we did make a very good profit on these cards once they did hit that before the rules change. And of course, these have gone down to bulk rare status, but that was a nice little hit. A mistakenly hit, and I invested in quite a few copies. Underworld Cerberus I got killed on. Whispering Madness I bought in just because I thought it was going to be such a casual card for the Mindseize deck, and then it never went up. And it was just I thought every Mindseize deck everywhere was going to pick up a Whispering Madness, and apparently it didn't happen. Underworld Cerberus was a card I thought was going to rotate and be the next best card, and then they printed like so much Exile cards. Missed pretty bad on Fire Drink Crusader. I really thought I thought it was going to be my Hell Rider 2.0, and ended up being even worse in the next meta. But let's see if I can get back to where were we? Page 7. Let's go to page 8. What's the best way to sell high-priced foil sets? eBay. You'll find a buyer. Usually eBay is pretty good at it. You probably want to do some advertising yourself too. Check out Facebook groups. There are a lot of high-end Facebook groups for cards. And if you can make a trade, like that's money not spent is money earned. So what I mean is you actually need a deck and you can trade for it. That's basically like making money. If you're not using a foil, again, it's all about managing your collection. Alrighty, so I got into Pian Crondalar mainly for Frontier. I still think it's a good spec, long term. Same with Tramoka's Command. It was a Frontier spec. I think it has gone up to around the $2 mark. Kolgan's Command. This is another one that I talked to some patrons about. This is a card that they should go all in on because of it always keeps affinity in check. And a lot of Jund decks at the time were running 4 Kolgan's Command in their deck. And Grixis, too. Grixis is a great way to get back like young Pyromancers that have eaten a bolt or Snapcaster Mages. And so I got in at Kolgan's Command at $5.17. We're at like 17 now. This card's gone insane. So this was one of those ones that I thought was going to be the pillar of Frontier. So I went all in on this particular card. And my... so Frontier went crazy here. and then it went back down a little bit, and then it found a huge home in Modern, and it's just gone up. So this is exactly what I'm talking about with rotation. So you let rotation happen, you let it flatline out, and as soon as the flatline stops flatlining is when you invest in the Modern staples. So, for example, for whatever reason, Fatal Push were to flatline out after rotation, which it probably will, probably lose some value in a few years when it rotates, then is when you pull the trigger it is about a year, or for this case, more like a half a year later, where you start to pull the trigger. And look at Kolgan Command, it's just gone insanely up. And that's because it does see a lot of play in both Modern and Legacy. And I put it in, like 1 vs. 1 Commander, I love it, the decks that it can go in. I actually do put it in a lot of Commander decks, and in Frontier, it was almost in every deck that I ever made, because I'd splash for Kolgan's Command, because it's a way to keep the Smuggler's Copter and the Install Artifact in check. So, any questions? Now I need to, if you had another question I didn't answer, just feel free to re-put it in the messages. As I was looking at a lot of my order history and talk about specifics. I still like these, the Dragon Lords. All of the dragons. Dragons are one of the most collected. Angels and dragons. It used to be back in the day that anything with an angel or a dragon was automatically worth 20% more. And maybe that still holds true. So I like Dragon Lord Ojutai. The one I really like is Silumgar. Where is Silumgar at these days? And the reason I like Silumgar is just because of the casual playability of this card. Yeah, it's still pretty flatlined. So I like this long term. And I think this is something that... This is a card that it reminds me of. I know Perforos does see competitive play, so it does have pressure from both. But you see how Perforos flatlined? Since Origins, all the way from Origins to Oath of the Gatewatch, Perforos was flatlined. Now look at Perforos. It is $10. It has doubled since its flatline, or nearly doubled since its flatline. And it sees a Soul Sisters build, so that's the Norn the Wary build, is all that it's seen in competitive. But Commander, it's everywhere. In fact, it's one of the most degenerate commanders himself, is Perforos. And then there's like tons of other, any token-based strategies that runs red is going to throw it in. Even other, like I've seen Animar decks. I don't particularly like it in Animar, but it can create an infinite combo in Animar, or just kill all of your opponents. So it can go in a deck like Animar. And I like these Dragon Lords because I think they're going to follow the same kind of path. And so let's see. So this was Theros. So Theros was here, and then it took about 2 years for it's very, very flat. So let's see. So it went Theros, and then it went Konzatark here, and then Favorite Force and Dragons. So we're what do you say, next year, next January would be the time when the flat line is completely, and this is your kind of investment window, is from here to here. All of this is fine because you can see it's about $6, goes a little bit cheaper to $5.80. But in the scope of things, it's the same price from all the way to here to here. And in fact, you can probably, during this window, that's when you're finding the $5.25 deals, the $5 deals, the people that the desperation sells. And you start picking these up before this trajectory starts happening. So I think that like the Dragon Lords are really, really great investments for this particular niche. And so Ojutai does look good. I think Ojutai was starting to see a lot of play in these control decks. Yeah, I thought there was more than a few that were becoming quite popular. You know, what card were the Ancestral Visions after Ancestral Visions got unbanned, and now Censor also. I think it may be Modern. Censor actually played in this, probably not. Trying to see what they're using now that might put it over the top. Maybe an Esper build too. You get Fatal Push. That adds a lot of kind of oomph to this type of deck. But these decks aren't going anywhere. You see these control decks every now and again. These white-blue control. And Ojutai, sometimes Geist is in this slot. Sometimes, what's some other? A lot of times it's just Celestial Colonnade is the win condition. But Dragon Lord Ojutai is definitely a good option for this particular deck. And again, in Frontier, I thought it was going to go crazy as a particular card, because this card did hit $30 at one point, right? Yep. A couple times. Hit $30 at pre-release, and then $30, or right shortly after the release, and then $30 again after one of the rotations. So this is a good example, too, of the Pro Tour dump. So it sees a Pro Tour, spikes up, dump it. Buy it again here. Sees the Pro Tour, dump it. Sees the Pro Tour, dump it. Very, very cyclical thing in Magic the Gathering that everyone should be aware of if they're going to become an investor or even a power trader. So, anywho. What would be your Battle for Zendikar pick for post-rotation? I talked about that. That was Painful Truce. I like Painful Truce a lot. Let's just look at Battle for Zendikar since it is a question. I like this long term. I think it sees play in 3 formats: 3 Vintage, Legacy, and Modern. Battle for Zendikar doesn't have the greatest. This thing was overprinted. I like Oath of the Gatewatch better. I think there's a lot more targets in Oath of the Gatewatch. Even cards like Eiley, I think, are going to be popular long term. The Obnixilis, I think, is almost at its low. This was a dual deck, and you can see for reference, look at like Elspeth. Even though Elspeth does see modern play, but Elspeth Sun's Champion was in a dual deck, and it also went down to the $3 mark, I believe, at one point. Yeah, 450-ish, and it's just been steadily inclining. So the Obnixilis is quite similar, because I think that I think that a lot of casual players do like Obnixilis. It's a card I sell a lot of. It's a card that people browsing my case will look at Obnixilis and say, "Oh, that's a $3, $4 card. I'll buy it." And it's a very powerful card to throw in a commander deck for so cheap. And yeah, I think that Obnixilis is probably a good pickup. Give it some more time though. It might. Yeah, wow, that's crazy. It could go down to even less. This card has been slowly going up. I know it has seen some standard, so if it does start to go back down again, this Dragon Master Outcast could be your pickup for the Mythic, because this was a card that did at one point in time, what did it get up to? I believe it was very, very high. $17, yeah. That was a card that, and this was all casual demand. So casual demand all the way from $3 mark here up to $17 before it was reprinted. That is quite substantial, so that might be the casual pickup. I always talk about this card because it was a card that no one cared about. And look how pricey this card has got since Dark Ascension. This is the most expensive card out of Dark Ascension, I believe. Yeah, by quite a huge margin. And when Dark Ascension was out, this card was nothing. So do not underestimate the casual crowd. I think casual is the new investor. It's still, so many people are so focused on the competitive scene, and they forget that there's this. And just look at the trajectory too. I loved it. I love these type of trajectories because it probably never, not once, did it hit that movers and shakers. So you come over here and you go 2 prices, movers and shakers. I bet you not once did it hit this modern movers and shakers, Mikaeus the Unhallowed. It has just been something that has been slowly ticking up a couple cents a day, and has gone from $4 all the way up to $20, and no one has even noticed it. And that's the same thing that I would say with Battle for Zendikar as something that was very, very printed. I do like Part the Water Veil long term. That's another good one. Kiora is a very undervalued planeswalker. All of these type of lands, I like the Mountain one, the Smoldering Marsh and the Cinderglade, because Cinderglade has the most Scape Shift playability, and they are something you can fetch up with fetch lands. So if there is a format later on that does use fetch lands, these are budget lands. Some modern decks, you'll see people throw them in just because they prefer to have targets that won't do 2 damage and come into play untapped late game. The man lands I really like long term, but you're going to have to give yourself a long time for these to go up. Shambling Vent, I think actually the green-black one out of OC is the most modern play. Maybe it's the Wandering Fumarole. Shambling Vent, I do believe, does see some substantial amount of modern play. Yep. So does Zabzan actually prefer this one over his in Quagmire? Doesn't seem like this one particularly runs either one, but at least it's been in lists, so it's a pretty good card. Alrighty, Sylvan Advocate long term. No, I don't like it long term because of Fatal Push and Lightning Bolt. I don't know. Is it seeing play? I still think it's quite high for where it's going to bulk out. Yeah, no Modern is playing at the moment. I know it did see some play in Modern right after it got popular in Standard, but it's starting to be outclassed. We're starting to see a creep. We're still seeing a power creep of creatures. And so who knows what Hour of Devastation and so forth is going to bring better 2-drops. Sylvan Advocate's been actually outclassed by cards like Winding Constrictor. What are some other ones that were in that slot at the moment? But for Modern, too, it's quite awkward. It's something if a Frontier format does take off, Sylvan Advocate's good. I do like the secondary ability to it that gives all lands +2/+2. I use it in a Joel Rail Commander deck, and it's really, really fun for that deck. But I think this card will go all the way down to 40 cents after rotation, 65 cents. And there's just too much value out of Oath of Gatewatch for Sylvan Advocate to bear the growth. You can see that Oath of Gatewatch is actually a gem when you look at long term. Abzan and Jun love Kalatos. If this goes way down, this is a perfect card to invest in. Nissa is a very, very fun card. Yes, it was in the dual deck, but commander decks, casual decks love this card. Chandra just had a recent spike. I think that the price memory will keep this even after it rotates quite high. Thought-Knot Seer is going to be a card that is going to be a staple in Modern. So are all the other Eldrazi's in that particular slot. Cards like World Breaker are going to inevitably go back up. Same with Kozilek the Great Distortion. Displacer, Reality Smasher, Oath of Nissa. All of these is where the value of the Oath of the Gatewatch is going to have to stay with. And I think that Sylvan Advocate just doesn't have enough to gain and has most to lose. You can see it's actually being hit quite hard just because even in Standard it's been so outclassed in recent sets. So even I like Eiley long-term better than I probably like Sylvan Advocate. Even though Sylvan Advocate has a higher chance of seeing competitive play, Eiley is one of those cards that I actually have used in a Modern deck to some good success. Same with the Goblin Dark Dwellers. I think that both of these have a lot more option, or a lot. The scenarios for these two cards going up are probably higher than Sylvan Advocate. Again, I could be completely wrong with this one. So Eldrazi, yes or no? Yes, long term. You're gonna have to wait 2 years though. It's not going to be a quick go up, but it's gonna be very similar, I would say, to the Kolgan's Command. Wait till they flatline. Can I talk more about the Rosewater comment? Mark Rosewater, he just basically said that they don't like cons as a starting point for a non-rotating format. They're aware with the power creep of Modern. Someone gave some statistics that since Modern has been out, the difference between Modern and Legacy is actually less when Modern came out than the difference between Modern and current Modern. So there's been more cards into the card pool than existed with the latter scenario. So they are aware of the power creep in Modern. They are aware that they probably need another transition for an Eternal format. But I guess just how the way it was worded and just the word around the block is that Wizards does not like the starting point to be Khans of Tarkir, even though the card frame does make sense. So maybe they learned their lesson from like 8th edition. Being the card frame, they probably should have excluded 8th and 9th edition and maybe start a little bit further, even though it was a card frame thing. I don't know. Do the cards that are destined for modern staples still show the same drop and flatline? They usually do. The exception could be these Eldrazi's, just because Oath the Gatewatch, there's a lot less Oath the Gatewatch out there than Dragons of Tarkir, I think. I think Dragons of Tarkir did have very, very strong sales, whereas Oath the Gatewatch actually did have pretty, if I remember correctly, it did have pretty poor sales, and it went out of print quite quickly. Oath the Gatewatch is something I can't get anymore directly from Wizards, whereas I can still get Battle for Zendikar, I believe. I think maybe Battle for Zendikar finally did go out of print. I can still get Shadows and Eldritch Moon, though. But yeah, I still think there's a lot of room for this to go down, and when they do flatline, that's the time. But you have a huge window of opportunity. So people just forget that they're played in. I think Kalatos is a better example for this one flatlining. People forget about Kalatos. It is starting to see play in some Delirium decks again, and Mono Black Zombies apparently. But this card should go back down to its lowest. And For Mythic, that's probably around the $5 mark. And this has solidified itself too much in Modern to be a staple in Modern. And it's really good when Jund is good. Kalatos is usually like one of or two of the most Jund decks. Abzan too. I'm surprised that these decks don't have it. Maybe Siege Rhino is just a better slot for Abzan. So, well, it's not a long video. I'm just trying to answer all your questions. I'll probably be doing it for another, I don't know. My voice is starting to go down now. Another half hour we'll probably give it. Shadowborn Apostle isn't a human? Yeah, it is a human. Brandon, we talked about Master of Waves quite extensively. It's one of the cards that I have been targeting. So do pick up Master of Waves. So any speculation for Hour of Devastation? Anyone on the in? What is it going to be like? What invocations are going to be reprinted? Are miracles coming back? I've heard that. Please God, no. I think that if you hate Marvel, Miracles was just as coin flippy. Or was just that was the worst. Probably on my height of formats I hated was Avacyn Restored. That I think ruined Standard. Like Standard was in such a good place, and that cancer set of Avacyn Restored came out, and probably my worst competitive tournament I've ever played in. I guess it's not that competitive, but at the point of the level that I was at that time period, it was a big deal for me, which was States of when Avacyn Restored came out, and I was statistically eliminated because of draws, because the damn Tamiyo decks had no way of really finishing off their opponent, except for if your deck was good at like not dying to entreat the angels. I can't remember what I was playing that just completely, or Terminus, but they relied on Tamiyo to win, and I was statistically eliminated from the tournament by draws, and it was so many games I'd be so far ahead, and a Miracle Bonfire would just reset my board. And so it's one of those things that, oh, do they have the bonfire? Can I kill them before the Miracle Bonfire? Okay. What did you want, Zach? Creepy Zach.
Sorry, I was just going to tell you, they posted about the Pro Tour qualifiers at the GP. $75 for standard, $75 for sealed.
Zach's going to come talk to everyone while I go get a drink and go to the bathroom.
Talk to everybody about what?
I don't know about market advice.
About market advice?
You're going to tell, holy, I almost tripped over a cord and killed my computer.
I have no idea.
Just tell him that.
Where's your chat at?
Chat's over there.
Well, so if you're going to go down to the GP and see us, let's pull this up. All right. I was just going to go through the schedule of the GP Las Vegas. So let's see what we have here if it pulls it up. I don't know what everybody's doing. We'll probably be down, we're thinking possibly Thursday, or how to make tons of money. I have no idea. Hey guys. So we were just I was just looking at, I know it's kind of expensive, but I think this is what I'm going to play in. I'll probably play in the Hams Pro Tour qualifier. I might just play in sealed, just because why not? I mean, that would be fun. But we're looking also at the history draft. Oh, wow. Free sleeves with entry. How I would suggest making tons of money is altering cards. Heck, I altered an Ugin, and that thing sold for $125. And then I had one sold for $140. So if you're good at painting, there's something you can make money at. What else do we got? That sounds like an interesting penny stock, Anthony. Why would you choose that by chance? Someday, when we get bigger, we'll have a vendor stand at Vegas. We just need to get probably around 200,000 is what I've heard. So it's a little bit out of our price range right now. Maybe someday at least. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at, guys, is if you see us here, this will probably be me in the sealed Pro Tour qualifier, but anyways, Kevin's back finally. What else are we talking about? I can talk about what? I don't know about money. I just do what you tell me to do. And I enter in cards all day long.
That's a pro tip. That's what you want to find if you start a business is someone that'll do everything you tell them to do.
Until you burn the place down. So, see, the best card, my favorite spec, which is never going to hit, but I absolutely love it. I cannot remember the name of the card. What is it? It's from Almanket. It's the green 2-drop revolt card.
Green Warden.
Is Green Warden?
Yeah, Green Warden Liberator.
Green or green?
Green Warden Liberator, right? No, one word. No.
Yeah.
Green Wheel.
Green Wheel. I love this card. I just think in Modern or something it could have a little bit of potential. That's one of my cards I spec in because I just love it. I mean, look, its foil's still $2, so that's a good sign. Promo. Oh, pre-release event promo. So that's kind of cool. What are you thinking? Did you notice I finally found some of the drafts? Where is they got some Modern Masters sealed decks for $75, which that's not too bad to play with double prizes. I $75 for 3. I don't know what is it. Yeah, sealed deck 6 packs.
6 packs.
$15. That's probably one of the best deals. ROE.
Zach and I don't know if you can hear me over there, but Zach and I have probably bowed out of the main events. That's insane.
Yeah, I don't want to spend $90 to possibly try to play Infect because that's the only thing I could even think of playing. Chaos sealed. Oh, here we go. 50. Oh, it's only $50. Zendikar World Wake. What else do they got going on? What is that? Oh, is that Conflux? Yeah.
Alara Reborn.
What else do they have? Oh, $40? That's not bad. I mean, some of these are worth the packs themselves. Heck, I mean, you go online, a pack of World Wake is what? Almost $30 by itself. So there's a way to make some money, have some fun. What else do they got going on? What day are we going? Probably Thursday?
Yeah. Like I said before, my family has a vacation in Lake Powell, timeshare on a houseboat, and so I'm not missing that. So I'm gonna drag Zach along, and then we're gonna stay half the week there, and then drive. It's quite a bit of drive from
4.5 hours. Oh, from Lake Powell.
Powell. I think it's about the same.
I have no idea.
I think about 4 hours.
I've never been
you
to
just
Powell.
cut through Arizona through Pulaski Town, and then something like that.
This was the first set I bought an entire case of, and I absolutely hated the fetch lands. I thought it was pointless to pay a life to go get another land. It made me so mad. Well, there wasn't any. It's like go get a basic land, you know. I used to just play elves anyways, so I didn't care about them. But that's one I really want to go draft because that would bring back so many memories.
Another $30.
Yeah, play a bunch of elves. That's all I want to do is just play elves again, gain a bunch of life. Almond Cat full box, $70. What? Two-headed giant
full box,
$70.
So what the hell?
That's cheaper than we can get boxes. Teams build minimum of 240
full
card
box.
Sealed booster box of Almond Cat.
Wait.
What? You guys want $70 boxes? It says
no.
full. I don't know.
Maybe both players have to pay that?
Yeah, I would think so. I would think both players would have to pay $70.
What? I don't know. What is that?
I don't know either. That's all it says. Teams build a minimum 40 card decks with one sealed box of Almanket. See scheduled event common price.
Maybe this is a $70 booster box.
It might be a $70 booster box.
I highly doubt that.
Yeah, I do too. What else do they have going on here? Yeah, that's really not that bad.
He's saying per player, that person.
Yeah, that's what I think it is per player as well too. Should we crack a pack? I want to crack a pack.
Oh, he says pack a crack is... Then go... What the hell? Zach wants to crack a pack. See the addicts?
See? Here. Oh, I need to do my league pack anyways for Almanket for tomorrow. So we can do my league pack for Almanket tomorrow.
Oh, wow. Dark Imitations. That's... Nicol Bolas better... It all depends if it synergizes Dark with Nicol Bolas. See if this... Does this come over here? Oh,
yeah, you can move it wherever. I don't care. You don't need to see me. It looks so dirty back here. I cleaned a little bit today. All right, so we got... This is going to be hard. I can't even, read the cards. You should read the cards.
Well, it's not... The webcam's not set up to. It's low... It's not even a high def right now.
It's not even high def. So, what do we got here? I guess you want to read them off. I like rags to riches.
What'd you get?
I guess. So how do we get? Look at it. I can't see, and I didn't get anything good. This is a.
Is that the rares, rags to riches?
Yeah, where's the rags to riches?
Got a Lord of the Curse. There you go.
That's a first pick, 100%. I'd pick that first. So, all right. I think I got people to go help. So you guys can look at this. And we get anything else cool in here? No.
Nope.
For first pick, well, for second pick, truthfully, I'd probably pick that, but no, just kidding.
Can see that.
I know. All right, I'm gonna go help somebody.
All right, bye, Zach.
Bye.
All right, what'd I miss? Oh man, so far for life goals too. Told myself I was gonna stop drinking soda and go to the gym. Neither one of those have come to fruition. What are you doing, Cuck?
I don't know. What are you doing?
Live streaming.
Fun.
What you need?
See what you're doing.
Are you just bored? Take a seat then.
Cool. Let's hang out.
Now we have more spectators. They can't really see you. Kenyon does, he's my new video editor, so if you liked the last video, that's Kenyon. He helped me. He is learning how to edit videos more high production. The King Makar was mainly Kenyon that did it, so shout out to Kenyon for that. We're going to get him on some tutorials. I just don't have the zeal. I like the idea, but editing videos to me is like cutting wrists. It's to each his own, and that's why I'm a huge fan of like personality theory to begin with. People have different desires, wants, needs for a reason. As humans, that's how our species survives. Is people are geared for different things, and so I'm a creator. I come up with good ideas, good, and I ramble good. But editing videos makes me just want to tear my eyes out. So I'm glad I was able to get Kane on board and Spot as well. I think we've met Spot before to try to help me with this sort of production. And then, we'll have some higher produced videos and not just rambling videos. So anywho, what were we doing before Zach started rambling about stuff and then opening packs? And we're never short on cards here at Conroe Games. We're always short on packs, but we're not short on singles.
Right side of things.
Alrighty. So, any other questions? I guess we'll just open it up. What do you want to see? Any more of my order history? Any specific cards? We can start playing games now. And Zach's actually... Hey, now Zach's even on chat, too. Jeez. Wow.
Wow.
All right. So, we'll quickly go down some more of my order history. I think we're getting too far back at this point where it's not relevant. Anafenza was a good spec. I probably should have sold them out. We did sell some Frontier when the Frontier craze did happen. These were all Frontier specs. I still like Howled Moonlight and Hushwing Griff long term. And I got in these at really, really low points. Howled Moonlight could be the next Rest in Peace / Stony Silence if another non-castable effect happens. Like a creature that is cheated into play happens. Howled Moonlight. Say Gorgo's Vengeance becomes the number one deck for whatever reason. Howled Moonlight, maybe Rest in Peace at that point is just as good. But Howled Moonlight could be that, or well, Tooth and Nail, for example. Howled Moonlight could be that card. And never underestimate these white sideboard cards. For example, look at Stony Silence, Rest in Peace. Do I think that MTGO is worth getting into? Absolutely, if it fits your needs. So the problem with MTGO is, what do you get out of Magic? Are you looking for a competitive experience? Because I highly, 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 highly encourage you to, if you play MTGO, you will dominate and you're successful, even if you're like a 3-2 player. Like if you win 3, lose 2 on most leagues, you will still be head over shoulders better than the majority of people at your local scene, just because the competition will force you on MTGO to get there. So is that what you're looking for? Like I play MTGO for one reason and Paper Magic for another reason. Paper Magic I play for the social aspect. This is like my generation's golf. This is we Zach and I joke that we're the bar. We are literally the bar for nerds because I have this guy that will come in. I love him to death. He'll come in and he'll just tell me his life problems every week. Like, you know, it's basically it's the same thing as a bartender experience. So just go off on all problems at work, problems with his wife, problems with this. And I just sit back and I sometimes think, man, I'm not getting paid enough for this to be a psychologist. But you get the social setting out of the Paper Magic. And if you don't, you're doing it wrong. You know, and you're going to get those tryhards those salty tryhards, the ones that I don't know why the hell they're in gaming because they make it so miserable for the rest of us. And maybe I'm that player to some people. But for the vast majority, the reason why I even play Paper at all is just for the social connection. And I think that's what Magic has over other games. As far as online games are concerned, I like Dota. Dota is my love. That is the game that I've played Dota since its inception on StarCraft, clear back in the day for use map settings. And then, but Magic is just something that's always been something that I've done more as the social. It's my golf. It's the thing that I've made connections with and made friendships and it's like I wouldn't trade it for anything. Just the people I meet through Magic. So
yeah, that's kind of the main reason why I kind of veer away from MTGO because most of the reason why I even play Magic is the social aspect, just hanging out with my friends and having a good time. So. Yep.
So I don't know. It depends on your goals. You want to be a better competitive player? Absolutely. Download MTGO. I highly encourage MTGO just if you want to brew decks because I don't have it logged in, do I? It's so easy to pick up decks or to brew decks off the MTGO client. Even if you don't have the cards, you move the scroll bar down to 0 and it shows you every card, the own bar. All right, so where were we? So Zach, how much are you charging for the pre-orders?
For what?
Arch Enemy. Do you know yet?
Arch Enemy?
Yeah.
We were doing $50 for them.
Yeah, that's
the pre-orders for Arch Enemy?
Yeah. Are you talking about Commander Anthology?
No, Arch Enemy.
Arch Enemy. Yeah, we were doing a do.
What's the MSRP on them?
32. Or 32? No. That's the other thing. They are $60.
Okay, so I think we're doing for 50 at the moment for Arch Enemy. I'm not. Well, check our website. Zach will post it on the gonerogames.com. So again, it all goes to hopefully a good cause. I guess Zach eating is a good cause, right?
Eating?
Zach having food for his stomach is a
lot happier.
is a good cause.
I don't eat.
It's better for us because we have sanity when he's in a better mood.
So anywho, I think $50 is the time. We try to stay as competitive as possible because that's one of the things of we started this store, Zach and I, as players first, so we know the woes of how expensive it can be and whatnot. So it's a nice way to give back, especially since our local community a lot of times doesn't eat up a lot of the allotted product that we get. We are in a very, very small town, Richfield, and it's very, very fickle. So we'll have people play and they'll get all into it. I'm sure this is every place, but for a small community, this is even more disastrous than a large community when people go all in gung-ho into Magic and then quit and then rinse and repeat. And so a lot of times the sealed product, especially if it releases in the summer, we just have loads of it that we can't sell here. So we try to be as competitive as possible and give back to the fans first. That's why I don't advertise much, and I probably should if I was a smart business owner. But
now, are you talking about your website or on
Gonero Games?
Gonero Games?
Yeah.
No, they're 59 on Gonero Games.
We have them for 59 on Gonero Games, but we'll probably do them for 50 on Rogue Deck Builder.
Yeah.
We'll see because it's kind of weird how it works at the moment. Because everything that's posted to Gonero Games auto posts to TCG Player, and then if it sells on TCG Player, it can be hit by those fees, those 7.75% fees and things like that. So
I'd rather give everybody a discount for visiting or for visiting Rogue Deck Builder, for watching the channel.
Yeah,
just random people.
I don't know if you can hear Zach there. He says he's more than happy to give discounts to people that actually watch the channel through. And we try to do that Rogue Deck. But RogueDeckBuilder.com is going to get a massive overhaul. We're going to redo it in the next. What I want to do is get in a rhythm of releasing videos. It's why we invested in an editing computer here. So I'm literally at Gonero Games. So the only time I used to stream is when I was at home, and that just wasn't feasible with going back and forth and not being at home that often. So now that we got the computer here, we can get, and of course with Canyon being the video editor, we can get a lot more done. And as soon as I get in a rhythm of actually producing content on time, on a weekly schedule, then we're going to overhaul the website. So
we're trying.
Speaking of which, too, we still have some positions, sort of positions that we're trying to fill for the website when that time comes. I still would love a content manager / community manager for some of the things that I want, projects I want to work on that I just don't have time to run the day-to-day things with it. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I'll talk about it when the time comes. All right. Any other questions? So, do you think it's a good time to get on Aven Mind Sensor? No! I think Aven Mind Sensor was just one of those cards that was expensive because at the very first of Modern, it was a heavily played card. It fell out of favor. In fact, the Aven Mind Sensor is very, very rare to actually even see in Modern these days. I mean, you'll see them, but a lot of these even Taxes decks do not even run the Mind Sensor. Oh, the first one I clicked on, one in the sideboard. That has been, when I started Modern, this was a 4 of in U-White Control, which was one of the most played decks at the time. So that gives you kind of a backstory of why, and you can already see that this card was already starting to fall even before it was announced. Like, I think that it's probably announced about right here, but its trajectory was already free falling from this $10 mark, and it was expensive right at the very first with Modern because people thought it was just the best way to deal with. There was the Path to Exile Aven Mind Sensor trick, and it was everywhere. You saw this almost every tournament, big tournament you'd go to, you'd see a UIT or UWR control deck that was running Path to Exile Aven Mind Sensor, ways to kind of mess with fetch lands, things like that. Then people just figured out it wasn't that good in Modern. The power level of Modern increased, and Aven Mind Sensor just wasn't there. So I'm still under the impression that even if it wasn't reprinted here, this would have continued the free fall. And as you can see now, I don't even know how this is holding $1 price tag because it is seeing 0 standard play. So it's a card that I wouldn't touch. Even after rotation, there'd have to be a huge shift in Modern for this card to see. There'd have to be a big searchable aspect in Standard, or if there is a new format after that I get an Aven Mind Sensor. Again, the entire reason it was expensive was this was out of a set where uncommon was about the same as a mythic. With Future Sight, uncommons are literally mythics in comparison with today's day and age. So yeah, I wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't touch this card.
When I first saw it, it looked like a fun card, but even when I saw it as a fun card, I didn't see much of competitive play out of it.
Thanks, Canyon. Oh. Michael, can't be too small of a town. You have a Walmart and a sign on I-15 at I-70. Well, Richfield, Utah. Should we look it up for you? This is the shithole that I live in.
Come visit me because I get lonely in the middle of the day.
Zach says to come make a road trip to visit him. I come in about 4-ish usually.
5.
Zach's 4-ish. 455 is 4-ish. Come on, 455 is 4-ish. Richfield, Utah. The 2010 census is a population of 7,551.
No way.
If Kenyon kills himself, that's 750. Just kidding. Just kidding, Kenyon. We joke with Kenyon because he looks so emo.
And my initials are actually the acronym of kill myself. So
what?
My initials, like the acronym KMS, kill myself, those are my initials.
That's your initials?
KMS, yep. So
oh, wow.
It's destiny.
So, yeah, so anyway, so population, the problem with what I like to show about, I love to show the census data just to make fun of Richfield because everything around us is growing and Richfield isn't. So, like, there's a city called Nephi, there's a city called Panguitch, Cedar City, Ephraim, all those cities are growing and Richfield is staying stagnant, and it's sad because this area just refuses to grow. We have a lot of old timers that don't want it. I think it's in a pretty good location for growth because it's pretty much the halfway point between Denver and LA, and the I-70 is a extremely busy road. But it's just the politics really need to change here in Richfield. When Walmart moved in, it actually killed the town, as it was a self-sustaining community, meaning that a lot of the money stayed within the community. And once Walmart and Amazon and eBay became kind of the go-to things, it's a lot of the money left Richfield. So still a lot of people drive to Salt Lake to buy a lot of their purchases. It's not a very good place for a game store. The only reason that this place exists is because of Zach and I being diehard fans of Magic. And now we've branched off into other games and other things like that. But for the most part, it's been a very, very slow growth because we started the store with no capital. A lot of people know my story of why have I even ended up in Richfield, and kind of the situations. My 20s were not kind to me as far as like preparing for my life. I made a lot of poor decisions. Was in a relationship that was disastrous, put me in about almost $30K in debt, and it was something I had to recover from and slowly recovered from, and whatnot. So anyway, we have a lot of people start stores in a lot better positions than we did, but I'm very proud of what we've been able to accomplish. We've been in the green since the inception of this store, never really gone into any sort of debt, and so it's working out for us. But this is definitely a huge problem for the success of a store. Is we're probably in one of the lowest markets, I would say, in the entire United States. In fact, Zach and I were just like one day just like randomly picking spots on the map to see if there's a Wizards Play Network store nearby a city, and there was many 20,000, 30,000 cities that did not have a Wizards Play Network store within a 50-mile radius. So the good news about Richfield, though, is that it is the kind of epicenter for commerce for about 30,000 people. That is why there's a Walmart here. Is we are the biggest little city in a huge region in central Utah. There is the next biggest city, if you can see what I'm pointing at is Cedar City, which is down here in Iron County. And then the next big city is Provo, which is up here. So about 2 hours in any direction, hour and a half in either direction, we're the largest city. And then there's nothing here. This is a wasteland. And there's nothing here, and this is a wasteland. So Utah, literally, if you're looking at a geography lesson for everyone, this is Utah right here. This is what we call the I-15 corridor. And then nothing else. This literally is the salt flats. It's a giant desert. And then this is what they call the San Rafael Swell, or just the swell. It's this really, if you go look at Google Earth, you can see this just barren wasteland right here. So right here is and then whoops. Hey, now I'm clicking on it more. So right here, there's Vernal, that actually is an oil mining town. And then and Logan, which is a college. Where the hell's Logan?
Clear.
Up here?
Clear, yeah.
Yeah, it's off the I-15 corridor.
It's like in Wyoming.
Well, yeah, it's on the border, not the Idaho border, right?
No.
Maybe it's on the Wyoming border. I don't know, I can't remember. But other than there's Park City, which is but Park City is like an hour from Salt Lake anyway, so you can still call it Greater Salt Lake. About 1 million people live in the Greater Salt Lake area, and then about 1 million people are scattered through the I-15 corridor in Utah. So we're
2 million now.
Yeah.
Well, I know 1 million of each. That's what I'm saying.
Oh no, 2 million in Salt Lake and 1 million out.
2 million. We'll figure it out. Utah's growing like crazy.
Yeah.
I believe Google's starting a huge ass operation in Salt Lake, and everyone's pissed off because it's gonna. I didn't know a server farm was gonna take so much water, but apparently it's gonna be the biggest water consuming place in the entire state of Utah, just to cool servers. So anyway, other than that, that's Richfield for you. It used to be a pretty big city, comparison to other cities around it, but it's just not. It just hasn't been able to grow. It's usually just the attitude here of Richfield. So
yeah, no motivation.
Yep.
No, this is my land. That's the problem.
Yep.
All right, where were we? What was the best stroke when you swam? I was a breaststroker. Giggity. That was my stroke. I did very well my freshman and sophomore year, and then I pulled my groin my junior year, and so I didn't improve. I pulled my groin playing hockey, street hockey. I wish I had ice hockey here, but of course, in a population of 7,500, I don't think we have an ice rink. So anyway, but yeah, so that I've always had a groin injury really kept me back my senior. My heart wasn't in it. To be honest, my mom was a swim coach. She forced me to swim. She told me if I wanted to quit swimming, I'd have to find an extracurricular activity. So I joined debate, and she was like, debate's not good enough. So I had to do both because she wouldn't let me quit debate. So that was my high school, was pretty much swimming and debate. But it was fun. I ended up coaching for 3 years. It was a pretty good experience. It was time consuming. So, coaching is often a thankless job. There's a lot of unnecessary drama associated with teenagers. There's some things that weren't. So when my mom retired, I decided that I wasn't going to. She retired last year from being swim coach after 21 seasons. I decided that even though she wanted me to continue on with it, I decided that it wasn't. The whole reason that I was coaching in the first place was to help her out because she is getting older and whatnot. So anyway, where were we with that? I guess we're just getting any sort of Q&A. So why are the nearby cities growing and Richfield is not? They have different attitudes. Cedar City, for example, really embraced their college. SUU is one of the largest growing colleges in the United States. It is expanding into master's programs at a very, very high rate. It also has a very good recruiting outside of the United States. There's a lot of they have a lot of recruitment program for a lot of the Asian countries and a lot of the exchange students from Africa and things like that. The SUU has kind of become there's a huge population of that. They've also Utah is a young state. So we have our average age is much lower. I believe the average age of Utah is 3 years younger than the national average. So whatever that is. So there's a lot of college students. Of course, with college, there's a lot of money. And so Cedar City has really, really grown in leaps and bounds, expected to double. The problem with Richfield is it tried to start a college, and the city above us called Ephraim has one called Snow College, which you start to see here, which are affiliated with. And they're afraid that Richfield will become the bigger college town, so they've stifled the growth of Snow College. They've actively tried to make sure it doesn't grow.
The parents just ripped the floor from under us on that one.
So it's just an attitude too. Richfield has really been, the community was formed on a self-sustaining community. They were Danish Mormon converts when they settled Richfield, and a lot of them have kind of had this like no outsiders attitude. In fact, when we moved to Richfield, my dad is a physician. And so when we moved to Richfield, we were met with resistance. And it's kind of one of the reasons why I've kind of hated Richfield growing up is I moved here when I was 8 years old. And even when I was 8, being so young, I was treated as an outsider. I was kind of treated as someone that wasn't them. They have their own, like Utah's a bubble, but Richfield's like a bubble within a bubble within a bubble. They really think the world revolves around them. I'm not joking. Come to Richfield. And people do not think that there is life outside of Richfield, Utah. This is the most important place in the entire world, the entire universe to them.
Shelter
and
society.
there's this really, it's just not, people move here. It sucks to have a magic store too, because we'll get a lot of people that will come move here and they will move so fast out of this area. Just because it's just not conducive to outsiders, I guess would be the best place. The reason why I like it here is if we scrolled in more, Richfield is surrounded by mountains, and I love the outdoors.
It's a beautiful place.
So it's fun to be within 5 minutes, be away from like anyone. I was with a buddy fishing this weekend, and we were joking that I remember when I was up in the Uinta Mountains, which is go back up to Utah, which is a very, very popular destination up here. Most of the mountains get up to like 11,000 feet. Really, really scenic stuff up here in the Uinta Mountains. But we were in the middle of nowhere in the Uinta Mountains, looking for some cliffs. My little brother's a rock climber, looking for some cliffs to climb. Find them, and there was literally 50 people there. And I'm like, what the hell? We're in the middle of nowhere. We had to drive for like 2 hours on dirt roads and stuff like this. And there's a group of people from Salt Lake there. And so you can't get away from the crowds up in this area. When Richfield, we were 10 minutes, we're about 20 minutes away from Richfield in the canyon. Didn't see another human being the entire time. And it's just as pretty, just as, like, the experience was just as good as you would get anywhere in the Uinta Mountains. So I don't know. I just like it. As I'm older, like, I'm in my 30s. So as I'm older, I just don't have the same desires, wants that I did. When I was 18, I moved to Salt Lake. And like I said, bad choices and bad lifestyles are some of the reason I'm still in the position I am in life right now. And that was because I was a small town boy that wanted to go into an urban culture, and it didn't work out that well, but I had a lot of fun. We'll put it that way. But anyway, I like now kind of the quiet life where you know your neighbors, you know your community. That is very nice, actually, I would say, to really be involved in the community. One of the reasons why I want the store to stay here and why I'm not moving is because I do believe that we are doing a good service to, what do I explain people like you, Kenyon?
Socially challenged.
Socially challenged that comes out of Kenyans. The gamers, the people that don't have a home. And I've met so many people. I've had people come up to me and thank me for giving them a place, just some place to belong, something to be. And so to me, I may act like I am more, I consider myself a hedonist. I consider myself maybe more of a self-preserver because, you know, if you've gone through a relationship with a borderline like I did, where it was all me from that aspect, one way you recover is you have to become selfish. You've given everything to that person for so long that the natural way is to then start focusing on yourself, loving yourself, focusing on yourself. But I really am a social person. I like to make a difference. I really inherited that from my mom, 21 years of coaching and trying to better her community. And it's the way that I give back. So anyway. Oh, where were we? You drove through and didn't say hi? Wisconsin to Vegas. Probably did. You'd go through Denver and then right down through. I guess there's probably other ways you could no. Arizona cannot backtrack. There's a wasteland through Arizona. Yeah. So, anyway, where were we? I guess we're just talking about Q&A now rather than market. This is more fun, though.
Yeah.
What do you would like to visit? What formats do you usually run for Friday at Magic? If we can get it to fire standard.
Mostly.
This is the problem too with we're going through in our little community is everyone hates everyone. Well, everyone's format hates everyone's format. So the modern players refuse to play standard. The standard players refuse to play modern. The commander players refuse to play anything but commander. And the draft, we can never get a draft. Like, again, it's a small... We're on a downturn right now. I think Magic in general is, but Richfield definitely is on the downturn for Magic as it's going into the summer seasons. Fall is really good for us. We'll usually get more pods going, but right now it's luck if we actually fire an 8-man standard, 10-man standard.
Summertime's the worst here. It's so dead because everybody's just off doing other things or doing nothing.
What do we have? 9 and 11 for game day?
9 and
9 for game. Jeez,
including the three of us.
Yeah, that was terrible. So, yeah, it's like I said, it's nothing to. The competitive scene the casual scene's pretty good still. We get a lot of people, more people than ever, like just coming and buying cards, which is good for a store. But I mean, the whole reason I set the store up is for a community sense. But
as far as keeping an atmosphere, it's a little rough.
Oh, back when I said called out several YouTubers because of their Puka Trade affiliation, you said there were tensions between you and them, and you had sort of been cast out. Is that still happening? Packrat Fever, that has literally nothing to do with the Puka Trade. Puka Trade was my way of getting back at them. I'll even admit that. I'm a very flawed human being, and so when I find I have a whole video on that. I believe I have a whole video on that. Yes. Conspiracy Take the Crown. If you want, just Google Conspiracy Take the Crown, my experience in the YouTube community. You'll find it. I would like to say that I've mended bridges, but obviously I haven't. In fact, I've kind of distanced myself a little bit more from the majority of them. It's just one of those things that we got into a culture war, and I found myself on the opposite end of the culture war than most, people that are in the big in the YouTube community. And it wasn't really me throwing them out. It literally was more, in my opinion, I mean, everyone's going to have their own opinion of things. It's more of them throwing me out. Like, I was part of the group until, a few videos. It really came off the Jim Davis article. That was the big one where everyone attacked Jim Davis. And I just wasn't going to go down that road I agreed with the guy. So there's been that whole cultural shift that if you really look at the way that Wizards kind of holds themselves, they're very politically charged. They're I think that they have become kind of victims to their area, which most people are. They're located in Seattle, Washington, so a lot of things. I'm here in central Utah. I mean, what do you expect? Like, I'm actually very, very moderate for this area. This very area is insanely conservative. In fact, I used to fight conservatism. I'm an ex-Mormon. I left my religion. And, one of the very first things that I had issue with was a lot of the conservative beliefs, but it's just, that's kind of what happened in the YouTube community. It's kind of the same thing that happened with Gamergate, the split. And, let bygones be bygones. I haven't talked about it a long time. I haven't actively even tried to really maintain relationships or even mend relationships, because it's just been known to me that the people on the other side want nothing of it either. So it's sad. You can see the people at GP Vegas who have been really, they subscribe to an ideology, a brand, and it's sad to see the exclusionary attitude of Wizards. So people, they're more interested on finding creators that agree with them politically than finding creators that are actually good at and they're very quick too. I'm just give it a go. If you are a creator, you get big, and you decide not to walk down that path with them, they will. Look at Wu, look at Travis Wu, look at MTGO Headquarters, look at a lot of people that have just been completely isolated and outcast, even though they are really, really big names, have huge subscriber numbers, or are doing very well on the Pro Tour, and Wiz will have nothing to do with them. So, I don't know. Again, this is a very, very ugly, dirty thing that has happened before, and I've just kind of excluded myself out of it. I know I'm happy with where I'm at. I'm happy with owning a game store. I'm happy that I still have a sponsorship with Gathering Magic that's always on the edge. I'm happy with all these things. There's no reason for me to really want to be involved with a community that doesn't want to involve me. We have some other good things going for us, though. There is this other community that's starting to spring up. I really highly suggest you go check out They Said, We Said, and the Card Bazaar. They created a nice little community 1-versus-1 format. They're trying to really collaborate with everyone. Huge shout out to John over there. He's been getting a lot of people on his YouTube channel. I was one of his interviews as well. And so it is looking up. But it still is sad, because I think that we had a good thing going for us at one point in time, and then it's sad to see that happen over, ideology. All right, where were we? Now I ran everyone off with that. Any last questions? I guess I've been doing this for over 2 hours. What's the cut for a YouTube live stream? 3 hours? I don't know. I haven't hit this thing. Any other follow-up questions? It can be anything at this point. Anything from market. I guess it was a Market Monday. I'll still give high priority to it. Well, that's something you can expect me to, Pack Crack Fever. Is I talk about personality theory a lot. As an ENFP, that's transparency is something individuality, transparency, honesty is something we value very, very highly. It's something that I don't believe in trying to be have a face for a certain social aspect, and then have one side of a personality for at home and one side for business, or whatever the expression you want to use is. So I don't want to be fake. A lot of people think it's unprofessional, airing out dirty laundry and things like that. But I mean, my subscribers are invested in me, in my personality, in my openness. I think that there's better places to get content. You want to shut that door real quick? Get a lot of. Thanks, dude. So anywho, I don't know. I know I've rubbed a lot of people the wrong the wrong way. Rub people's ears, and I've lost a lot of subs over just having that staunch belief that I'm going to be myself, even if it's not the best business decision, and whatever. Can I talk about my college years a bit? Well, let's just say I've avoided talking about this in the past just because I'm from Utah. If you look at my demographics on my YouTube channel, California is my number one subscribe. That's typical, most populated state. Number 2 is Utah. So I have a lot of homegrown fans, and I don't want to really open up a can of worms that doesn't need to be open, because I, as a person, have moved past it. And it is a very, very controversial and divisive topic, in especially Utah, of leaving the faith. Many of you may know Utah is very, very dominated by a religion, the Mormon religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It's something that I actually went on a mission. If you're familiar with the culture, every male aged 18 is not required, but pressured to serve a mission. So 2 years mission. You don't get to choose where you go. It's randomly chosen where you go. You're not allowed to do anything on your mission. It's definitely the worst 2 years of my life, hands down. There's a lot of social pressures and a lot of things like that. And it was just a really, really tough time in my life. When I left the church, I wanted to kill myself. That's legit. I mean, like, I didn't have any, the church was such a huge influence on my life that when I decided that it wasn't for me, that I didn't believe in it. I didn't have I felt like I didn't have anything to live for. I lost a relationship over it. A girlfriend at the time wanted nothing to do with me. I had friends that wanted nothing to do with me. I had aunts and uncles that didn't want me to be around their, like my cousins, because I'd be a bad influence, all this nonsense just for leaving a religion. And so the way that I responded to that was like, well, screw it. I'm going to go do whatever the hell I want to do. So I definitely surrounded myself with a lot of people that probably weren't good influences on my life. Met some really good lifelong friends though. And I just, if society doesn't want me, then I don't want society. And I just kind of went into the Salt Lake counterculture for a while. And it just doesn't, it probably wasn't conducive to growing as a person or like being successful as an adult, but they were fun years.
You had some experiences.
Another thing is with my college years too, I never quite could put my finger on what I wanted to do, and went through a lot of burned a lot of money too, dropping out of majors and trying other things and blah blah blah. And the really pinnacle, the tip of the ice, or not the tip, the nail in the coffin, was when I started to get my life together. I was dating a girl which I fell in love with and got engaged to. And she had a condition called borderline personality disorder. I'm not going to go down that can of worms because it's a 9-hour discussion. But BPD is incredibly toxic to be around anyone with borderline, and it just Google it. It's awful, and it destroyed me as just all the rest of my confidence that I had left just went down the drain, and it took me a good long time to recover from the emotional baggage that relationship left me with. So anyway, I guess we can go more in details if you want to go into them, but yeah, that's not really magic related.
And a whole other stream too.
I always wanted to start another YouTube channel because I do like psychology, love a lot of talking about the cultural aspects of things.
You like talking.
Yeah. I like to rant about stuff.
True.
So
make it interesting though.
Anywho. So yeah, did I touch on the Fatal Push promo? Yes, I did. I look at Path to Exile as an example. I think that it will follow kind of Path's trajectory. I don't think that a lot of people care too much about the F&M aspect to it, unless it's Disintegration. I believe doesn't really have much of a, even though it's highly played. So let's see what we can. So I believe this is this is almost right on par with most of the Path of Exile. In fact, Modern Masters 1 is about the same price tag as the F&M promo. So I think, I know a lot of people hated this artwork. This artwork doesn't look too bad to me.
It's not terrible.
But I think Fatal Push is going to be very similar. Maybe $1, $2 more. And maybe it might actually crash the price a tiny bit down to $7, $7.75. $8 is where I think Fatal Push. Was Aether Revolt really that miserably opened, or like we said, there is that hidden rarity? We did have you cracked a box today, right? One Fatal Push. Fatal Push, yeah.
Just one, right?
Just one.
Yep.
I think that when Zach and I opened our first box, we didn't get any.
I thought we got one.
But then I got 3 in my pre-release, so there we go. Yeah, uncommons are kind of fickle. One thing I am not is fake. Aw, thanks. I'm pretty fake sometimes, right, Zach?
Oh, 100%. Fakers, the fake.
Any other questions? For anything here. Any questions about our business, Gonro Games? Any questions about specific specs? I hope I did a good job talking about. I know there wasn't a lot to talk about. This is kind of a boring week after a Pro Tour. The dust kind of settling with Standard. So
Dust kind of settling.
does artwork actually matter that much?
Yes.
With according to Zach, it does.
100% yes.
A guy that quit Magic because they changed the border.
You couldn't sort artifacts from white cards.
Yeah, I get. Do you ever play in Mirrodin when the artifacts and white cards look so similar? Because they used to be brown and then they turned it into a silver that was really, really close. Almost undistinguishable.
I was just thinking about that today.
Cut Ribbons, how do we break it in Standard? You don't break Cut Ribbons, you just play it. It's a damn good card. It just needs a shell again. I think Marty Vehicles is the perfect place for it. I've seen some zombie decks actually splash just for Cut Ribbons, and we can see that in the future. It definitely is a card that people should ignore. I also like the other split card. It's the power level needs to be dumbed down for the split cards, I think, to really shine, which is, the good news is Amonkhet didn't have any really, in my opinion, insane cards. The gods were all bust on this, the whole scope of things. The green god's okay, the red god is okay, but they weren't, 4-ofs in the main deck, just completely warping Standard. We're still in an a Kaladesh and Shadows Innistrad, even a lot of cards from Battle for Zendikar dominated format. The Kaladesh energy and artifacts were really, really extremely pushed. Unfortunately, Amonkhet will exist the entire time of Kaladesh, but I do think Cut Ribbons is pretty good meshed with kind of the red-black aggro archetypes that Kaladesh did present. The problem is also that Cut does compete with Harness Lightning at this point. It does also compete with Incendiary Flow. Once that rotates to Incendiary Flow might... I don't know. I think Cut Ribbons, though, every time it's been played against me, it's been backbreaking. In Marty Vehicles, it's usually the best card when they play it against my particular strategy. So, I don't know. Keep that on your radar. It still will be drafted for quite a long time, though, so I do not advise people to invest in Amonkhet at this time. Wait until it's out of draft cycle, and then that's the time to do so.
It works great in my burn deck.
It did.
Burn.
I'm really interested in videos about running a store. We try to do some Gone Roger episodes. I don't think Zach and I haven't ever sat down. Give us a topic. I don't know. I just can't think of anything. We've been doing this for too long now that it's starting a new store is kind of it's been over almost 2 years, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Since we started the store, so
In September, yeah.
there's things we could have definitely done better, but and again, we're kind of a Mickey Mouse operation, right? So we're nothing legit. So.
That's true.
We make enough money to pay our bills.
Yeah,
Keeps itself afloat. Ship doesn't sink.
A lot of Fatal Push. I think I covered Fatal Push over and over. Guess when the archive comes out. Shadow of the Grave could be something long term. So far, it hasn't hit Standard. People ask me why I quit. How the brewing was going. I think it fits mainly in Modern more than it fits in Standard. The Standard deck they did get put in is just the cycling deck, the new Perspective deck. So usually, if someone else beats me to the punch for brewing a specific card, I kind of lose interest. So. That's where I've been with Shadows. Shadow of the Grave, though, long term could be a thing. I think Commander players, the Mindseas dude. Who's the Mindseas guy? You're working on it today for a kid.
Markov.
No.
What?
The Mindseas dude.
Yeah, it's like Mark.
I don't know. The guy that. So anyway, the one that makes you draw cards and discards. I think it fits pretty good in that kind of shell, but I don't know. I think Shadows of Graves needs a lot more help before it can actually see a lot of.
I feel like before any payoff, there needs to be a lot more stuff with cycle and discard.
Oh, Markov.
The Nekazur, the Mind Razor.
Nekazar, yeah.
Yeah, so he's a popular commander. It fits in kind of in there. It fits in some other decks that do discard. I'll probably put one in Noth, but Noth is kind of a go-to thing. Is Aaron a trap? Who's... Oh, geez. Whoa. I read that out loud and then I stop myself. Woo! Okay, moving on.
Okay.
How long until I can visit a Gone Rogue vendor stand at a GP? Franchise? Someone franchise and actually run a good operation? Someone that knows business? Again, this is a hobby of ours. We launched GoneRogueGames.com. So if you want to support us and buy cards from us, then warning, there's not a lot of cards up right now because it is still a painful process of getting all the cards up, and that's all Zach, none me, because I'm a bad business partner.
Slowly but surely.
It just takes forever.
So we're getting there, and again, we're a super small store in a super small area, so we don't have a lot of singles. At this point in time, it wouldn't be feasible of us to start trying to become mass buyers. I can't think of a worse hell than going to a GP and buying cards all day long. I'd probably... I don't know.
Mind it.
So I actually traveled with the Gathering Magic people, cool stuff, and watched them. And that just seems like something I wouldn't want to do. Sit there all day long and just pick through people's cards and buy as quickly as possible.
Seems pretty grueling.
People also, a little bit of insight about that too is that GPs are a buying market, not a selling market. So usually vendors come there with a lot of cash to buy cards to fill up their inventory. It's not a very good opportunity to sell cards. They do sell cards, that's why will have cards for sale, but the main reason that people come to the GPs, the vendors, is to buy cheap cards because you have lots of people wanting to do side events. Oh, we closed that side event to see how much they pay, how much it costs for side events. So they'll get a lot of desperate people willing to sell their cards and to get into these side events or even main event type stuff. So anyway, got me, huh? Inner City Pigeon. I'm blocked by Aaron for who God knows why on Twitter, and I've never had an interaction with that person in my entire life. Not one interaction. There's so many people like that have just they have some very, very harsh words to say about me. I've never said a goddamn thing about them their entire. It just pisses me off. Like the same thing. A lot of people I've had some people threaten and kind of berate me because I dare be fans with people like Tasty Snackies or MC Headquarters or Travis Wu. And just dare even associate with them because apparently they're toxic people. And, if there's one way to, a little bit back on personality theory again, if there's one way to really set off an ENFP is try to shame us for anything. And that's exactly how I feel. I'm friends with people for various reasons, even if I don't even agree with them ideologically or politically. And there's no way that I'm gonna ditch a friend of mine because they don't have the same political beliefs as I do, and it just really ticks me off when people do the same thing to me or try to I'm not gonna be I've lost a sponsor before. I've lost a patron. Well, not quite. Patron wasn't launched at the time, but I had a person that was very generous, and he told me, after that video, after doing that, after associating with that person, I'll no longer support you. And they no longer supported. And of course that, hits my wallet and things like that. But it's still, I guess good riddance at that point because it's just, come on.
Well, if it only takes that much for them to leave your side, then that enough, that kind of shows where they stand for you.
Did you just on my stream? There are no reeing on my...
There's a right there.
Do I agree that masterpieces, etc. have made Center 4? Well, yes! And I've been calling for this. If you go back to 3 years ago on my YouTube channel, I told Wizards, I'm like, why the hell haven't they created... I hated Mythics. When Mythics came out, that made me extremely upset. I complained about JIT. When I played back during JIT, when JIT was $20 a piece, I thought that was the biggest scam ever. And then a few sets later, Lorwyn, right? Lorwyn was the first time. No, it was. When was the first Mythic?
I don't know.
Right after the Mythics were announced, I was like, I'm done. I'm not paying Mythic prices for stuff. You should not. I love Dota. So Defense of the Ancients, Dota 2. I love their business model. Price should not affect gameplay. that's what they should strive for. And Dota is one of the most successful games. They have a documentary called, well, their documentary has little to do with free to play, but they've talked about how they are one of the only true free to play decks. If you have an internet connection, it is free to play Dota at the full experience. The only thing you pay for is for aesthetics things, so skins is it. You actually compare that with its competitor, League of Legends. League of Legends is not free to play. League of Legends, you have to buy characters if you want to play with those specific characters. There was not one thing in Dota that requires you to spend money. And so when Magic was putting out these mythics that required you to buy these mythics to try to compete at the highest level, I just knew that competition was going to be dumbed down because you're excluding all of the poor college students that can't afford to play the game. So you're not going to get the best players if they can't even play. And so when they finally did print, so I suggested, how about we tax the collectors? And how we tax the collectors is we print foilies. I still don't get it. For everyone that likes, I don't know, I have Zach back here who's an artiste who appreciates the finer things in life, and apparently I just don't have the palate for it. But, you know, that's a choice. It doesn't affect the game to play shiny cards. So if people want to do that, then go for it. If that means that I have access to cheaper cards, it still allows for a market, a sustainable collectible card game, then I'm all for it. Should they overprint these type of things? No. Is it going to eventually die off if they keep doing it set after set after set? Probably, and that's a dangerous road to go by, and maybe Wizards needs to tone it down. Like do
what Pokemon does.
Yu-Gi-Oh went way off the deep end with that kind of stuff, right? With like foils and stuff like that. But eventually they need to find a nice medium for where prices are kept. There still is value in normal competitive cards, and there still is value for high-end chase cards. And when Toolcraft Exemplar can be 75 cents, mainly because there is inventions, Kaladesh inventions, I think that's a good sign overall for the health of the game. It allows people to get in for much cheaper. It also helps sell packs for the gambling aspect of the game, the lottery aspect of the game, which makes a lot of people like Zach back there want to crack packs. So, yeah.
I just want to sell cards and have them available.
Right.
No, Pokemon has 4 different arts for like each of their cards. Magic.
Hey, look, we got a lot of comments from here. So,
yeah.
well, I respect T-Woo a lot. It's T-Woo. I'm glad he's getting successful too. I hope it doesn't go to his head. I hope he remembers his what it's like to be kicked down and at the bottom. Because that's when I really enjoyed Travis Wu the most, is when he was desperate. I thought he was quite cocky when he was sponsored by Channel Fireball and had a huge following, and he kind of gave off the vibes at first. When people, we had a lot of overlap, me and T-Woo, because he did brews, I did brews, and we were both very popular at the time. I wish I would have kept with it and kept brewing and really focused on the YouTube channel at the beginning, clear back in the Return to Ravnica days. Because I think I would have been quite successful with that aspect of it. And not saying that I haven't been successful, but we all know I've been running this channel half-assed. So I'll be the first to admit that. But, so Travis and I kind of cross paths early on, and he came off kind of as like a big shot, big deal thing. And where I really got to know Travis is right after he was kicked to the curb. I was one of the very few people that didn't give a crap about the whole Travis Wu debacle, and he reached out to me and we collaborated, and I think we've become pretty friendly over that. And I hope he sticks there because he's a good guy, and whatever. Like he likes to push the envelope. So do I. So it's someone that made for a pretty easy friendship in my opinion. So, but I hope he remembers the kind of the humble re-beginnings. Doesn't let this new success really go to the head. So anyway, love you, Travis, if you watch this. Mythics were a mistake. I kind of agree, kind of don't agree. I think I like Mythics as I don't want them to show up in drafts. So print those really overpowered cards that you don't want to see very often in drafts as Mythics, so they don't mess up the kind of like the draft scene, the limited scene. So I'm okay with Mythics. as long as their prices can stay down and they don't print like Smuggler's Copter as a mythic. This Voice of Resurgence as a mythic pissed me off. Grim Harrispect as a mythic pissed me off. Because those were like low impact cards. What do you mean like low impact as far as like they don't have these abilities that will just end the game. But they are so good at their slots that people need to pick up 4 of. So no more Voice of Resurgence and Grim Harrispects at mythics, Wizards. Those are rares. Put them at rares. And keep doing Fatal Push type cards at uncommons, not at rares. No more Abrupt Decays at rares. Ugh. Anyway, Sigh. Remember Mini Jace at $80? Yeah, okay. Yeah, some of them hit up there. Well, there was no expeditions in that set, so.
Yep.
Yeah, Wizards is cleaning house though. Inner City Pigeon. I think this is like I really think that they are starting to change their tone. I don't think that you can actually see the whole YouTube culture really shift too. The culture wars is they're losing. Both the extremes are losing, and we're coming back to a moderate society, which is really good for people like me, so I can quit allying myself with ideologies I don't subscribe to just because they're, you know, an enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's what I feel so like pigeonholed sometimes into these allegiances. Anyway, that's it. And again, another topic I don't want to go down. Yeah, but Inner City Pigeon, everyone just wants to play Magic, right? All those people that we gamers are just running off with our misogynistic and hateful attitudes. So ridiculous, so ridiculous.
Yeah.
When does Standard become cheap for stores? Chad, elaborate on that. I don't know what you mean for cheap for stores. Cheap for buying into cards, it's usually after the draft is over. So right now, Kaladesh is insanely cheap to pick up. Boxes-wise is always the same from Wizards, and Wizards is always the cheapest avenue to buy boxes at. I think we get them at either 76 or 78. That's what you get them from Wizards Play Network. You can get up to 6 cases per week. Don't quote me on any of this. Where's Zach? Is he back there? Is he out?
I think he's outside.
He's out smoking. So I kind of like to be transparent with that too, so you can kind of know exactly where, why stores sell at a certain level. Zach,
What?
distributor prices 84,
86.
84 to 86. Are you sure? 80, depends on what level you're with at. If you talk to people like Darium's, you can get booster boxes for way cheap. But I don't know how he gets those prices because we don't get those prices.
10,000, 20,000, 30,000.
Yeah, he does $1 million in sales on
Yeah.
eBay in a few months, in a quarter. And so he has rapport like we don't have with distributors at this moment. We're getting better at least.
Yeah.
But Wizards is usually the cheapest outlet, 78.
It's about almost 78. Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere around there. And then shipping it's a flat rate shipping from Wizards. 6 cases a week, 6 cases
About that depends on the set.
depends on the set. Sometimes we get less. And Wizards is known for screwing just screwing everyone. Just not being very good at inventory management and then running out of things and not finding things. We heard some conspiracy and it took them 2 months to find a conspiracy box.
It takes about a week and a half to get an order.
Chad, what prices does stores make money off of a box? I would say anything over $100 is decent profit. Here's the problem with retail that everyone needs to know is you can't compete with yourself. If I sell something online, sure, a profit is a profit, a sale is a sale. Anything I can make a buck off of is net up. But if you run a retail store, you have overhead and every one of your dollars needs to earn a certain percentage. Otherwise, you'd have to just go to unfeasible levels just to pay for your overhead. For example, let's just say our overhead is $2,000 a month to keep the doors open. That means that we need to be able to just keep the doors open. We need to sell $4,000 worth of product at a 50% markup. If that was our thing. If we went down our markup, our percentage of how much we made per thing to 30%, now we're up to higher. Now we're up to the 5,500 mark that we'd have to sell in gross sales. And in an area like this, where we only have a finite, there's only a certain amount of money I'm going to get from Kenyon per month. And so I need to try to maximize the amount I can get, without screwing Kenyon. That's the whole thing. It's like, I'm a huge fan of what the philosopher, the economist Pareto, he came up with a philosophy called the Pareto equilibrium, or the Pareto efficient, where it's neither person can move, neither the seller nor the buyer, without disgruntling the other one. So it's where you find that middle ground. That's the perfect sale, where Kenyon feels good about his purchase and I feel good about my sale. The doors stay open. Kenyon is happy with his purchase. So it is a kind of a battle to try to find that place. So retail, I try to keep all of my sales around the 45 to 50% markup, just because that's where I feasibly need to be to keep the doors open. Whereas if I'm on the internet, it's a lot more comfortable selling at a way lower profit margin, because I have to compete with other people. You'd be surprised at people that still have no clue how they can operate on such low profit margins, because then it seems like a sub minimum wage job by licking stamps all day. Printing off PayPal slips all day. There's a finite amount of time you can do that, and still making it worth your time to do so. So I would say for retail, marking it up, a box is probably $100. So if let's round it down to $80, making a $20 profit margin. If you have eBay fees on that, you're taking off 11-12% off that. Then there's the investing time of printing off slips, shipping it off. I would say $100 per box is probably the mark for me that it's worthwhile to sell. That's why on RogueDeckBuilder.com we try to stay around the $9,500 mark. It's just not worth my time to do anything lower. I know that other stores have had strategies of hiring 2 part-time minimum wage employees to lick stamps all day. But whereas Zach and I that are doing it, it literally is not worth our time to sell anything at under $100. That makes sense? Someone like Alpha Investments, who might have it down to a perfection, it's worthwhile for them, and just the mass quantities they do. But Inner City Pigeon, again, $120 a box is probably where they need to be. We use boxes as kind of marketing. It gets people in. So if I can get someone in on a box, they'll buy singles. Or they'll feel more loyal to enter my tournaments, to buy food and drink, to which we actually need to branch back into food and drink. I'd love to start a business. Like, we're looking for someone in Richfield area. We want to get out of this store that we're in too. It's just such a killer deal of what we have right now. But eventually our dream is to associate ourselves with a small cafe, and then have a store. Well, you can't call it a pub, can't even get us shut down.
Hangout.
Can't even talk about alcohol with Wizards of the Coast.
Hangout place.
Yeah. Jeez, Kenyon.
Jeez.
So anyway, I think it'd work very well in the small town community to have that, because they're mutually beneficial. You get people in buying food, you get people in playing games. So $120, if that's their bread and butter, they need to be at that level. So don't really complain. You're paying their overhead. Because again, you take that if I'm in Richfield and our overhead is a couple grand a month. So we need to make $4,000, $5,000 gross sales just to keep the doors open, not even including investing in the future, paying ourselves, all the just other expenses that come out of nowhere. That's including things being taxed, like sales tax and property tax and business tax and tax, because got to pay for everyone's mooching off of everything. Yeah. Anyway, so 120 is probably low. They'd rather sell you something than that box, but that's still a decent sale. Again, if they're in a larger market where they have to compete, maybe that's exactly where at that point a sale's a sale. So, where was I? All right. I agree. Beers plus Magic is the best. Unfortunately, Wizards is very anti, as they have their game as a 13 plus, which is so stupid. I wish that you could still get a WPN network if you were just in a adult. We have a movie theater called Broovies in Salt Lake that is a theater that serves. I believe it's a mic. No, it serves all local microbreweries beers and other. It just serves beer while you watch a movie, and this is a great idea, type thing. That'd be awesome. I feel for all those people that actually in England that got their stores shut down because they had them in pubs or upstairs of a pub. And it's just because the price in especially like London was just so obscene that a local game store couldn't exist. And so they're just chucking them in corners of like pubs and stuff. There's a store, for example, in the town below is called Cedar City, which I don't even know how they maintain their WPN because they're actually a smoke shop. And, he just likes to play Magic. So he threw a Magic store in his smoke shop. And it's something that I don't think Wizards should be so against. And, they're not breaking any commercial laws, so I don't know. Whatever. We actually tried to rent a store. We were going to rent. There was an open space right next to Utah's so stupid and backwards. In Utah, there's a state liquor store. You can't actually buy anything above 3.2% by volume. Has to be in the liquor store. It can't be sold at gas stations or convenience stores or supermarkets. So we were actually going to rent a place right next to the liquor store because it was cheap. It was super cheap rent, and it was wide open. And we're like, I don't think that'd go well with A, Wizards, and B, just the community, which is the bad, right next to the liquor store. Plus, I don't know if we want to deal with all the drunks coming in. We already get enough of those right where we're at.
Wow.
Chad, we talked about eBay earlier on with like the fees on eBay. My Market Mondays are really geared towards power trading, so managing a collection rather than selling. A lot of people aren't in the kind of the advantage that I am, owning a store and having the connections I have to really make a good potential profit on singles. One of the big arguments I had with as many of you may know, I was involved, and I like to say involved kind of in quotation marks because I never was even on the business license or anything like that, with a store in Richfield called JRAT Games that lasted for about 2 years until one of the owners moved and the other one started another business. But I used to get in huge arguments with them about how they sold singles because it just wasn't profitable with the way they were doing it, with selling on TCG low or eBay low. And just getting killed by the fees. And it was hard for me to really teach them like margins that you needed to hit to stay profitable. As I just spoke about with hitting overhead and things like that. So business is a hard concept for a lot of people to grasp, just with the metrics, just with the math of doing so. So again, it's as a person, you need to have a pretty substantial income of disposable income if you really want to be one of those investors that goes all in. I know that like Corbin Hostler made a huge profit off of, he has stories of paying for his house, I believe, in fetch lands that he invested in from Zendikar. Those days of Magic too might be over, like just the blatant obvious, just because there's so many more speculators than once existed. But you need a lot of disposable income, and I really suggest, I have to hit this home, if you have debt, the best thing for you to do is pay off debt before you invest in any Magic card. Pay off that credit card debt, pay off those student loans, that will eat you away way faster. Way faster, is that a... the redneck in me is coming out, the Central Utah education. Paying off that debt is going to yield higher profit margin in the end, or just better economic stability than investing in a damn Magic card. So invest in your education, pay off your credit cards, pay off all those things before you touch investing in Magics. Like don't do it. Even if you think you have the greatest, don't go in credit card debt to invest in Magic. That's the stupidest thing ever, in my opinion. They'll get you, that's stay out of it. You've heard that so many times with so many other people, but it's learn from someone who has failed in his life. I was in a ton of debt at one point in my life, a ton of debt, and thankfully I had a good safety net. I had a wealthy family. There's my privilege. A lot of bad mistakes I had, I did have a safety net from that did completely stop me from failing. But it was a scary point in my life, was sitting with all that. First of all, having a ton of college debt, and then getting a relationship, and then the relationship debt was just it's a really crappy feeling to be in, tens of thousands of dollars in the debt. And I don't see, and I know a lot of my peers that were in similar scenarios were still investing in hobbies and Magic and things like that. So anyway, if your life is not in order, I hope I'm not being an accomplice to people's financial downfall at any point in time. This is something that should be treated as a hobby. It's something that should be invested in as a hobby. And if it does fail, it shouldn't be something that should put you out on the street or negatively impact your life. Helpful Jim, personal financial advice. I'm probably the worst person in the world to talk to about, because again, unless you want to learn from mistakes, I have a very impulsive personality, and I've made some terrible decisions. I've went through 3 different degree paths, all that never, like college debt, ran up quite a bit of college debt, and whatnot. So don't talk to me about personal
Sugar
financial
daddies.
advice. Zach says get a sugar daddy. That's the best way to do it. Are you having people apply for that job?
I never said that.
Zach can't be your
Officially.
sugar daddy. We're broke. We're
Yeah,
broke
we
Gone
are.
Rogue Games people. I highly admire Alpha Investments. He's in a great position. He started a store in a great position. He's very profitable. We're on the other spectrum of that. This is a hobby. We enjoy it. This is something that, neither Zach or I are rolling in money. We both have old Honda Civics that barely run. Type thing. And I probably don't live within my means a lot of times. I definitely probably splurge on too many hobbies when I should be saving, but that's the good news of being single too. I wouldn't consider myself a MGTOW or an MRA or anything like that, but I have no aspirations to get in a relationship right now. So I do have disposable income, as I have no dependents, and again, no debt, no, in a pretty good position. So it's easy for me to talk about MTG finance with not a lot of seriousness, because it's something. If it does fail, with Zach and I talked about this. If the store fails, we have crap ton of Magic cards worth of, and Zach, this has saved him money. This guy used to spend all his income on Magic. So starting the store, at least he gets access to cheaper product to open.
I did alter cards to make money.
Yeah, Zach said, I don't know if you can hear Zach from there. He says he made pretty good money altering cards. If you guys have alter requests too, Zach is more than happy to take your alter requests if you ever do want an alter. People are very, very what's the right word? Unrealistic of how much they want to pay. Like someone offered Zach $2 per card for a commander deck.
Yeah.
Like $200 for my entire commander deck. Are you insane? The paint won't even cover that. What is my most profitable set that you have ever invested in, Inner City Pigeon? Going back to my most profitable spec, I would say either Stony Silence on MTGO or Hellrider from Innistrad. Or was that Dark Ascension?
It was
Dark Ascension. I got into Hellrider at bulk rare price. We're talking under 50 cents. Bought into an insane amount. It actually got me back into Magic because of that spec after I got my collection stolen. Got into 50 cents, sold at 11. Stony Silence, I got in at 5 cents on MTGO, sold at $2 a pop on MTGO.
Watch the Pro Tour.
There always is market trends and things like that are obvious. A lot of times those are more profitable making small increments, as you can see from we were looking at my order history, like the Torrential Gearhulks, the Aetherwork Marvels. The writing was on the wall with those cards. They were going to go up, even though those didn't make as good of profits as Hellrider or Stony Silence. They're a lot safer, and that's kind of going forward. That's kind of the attitude I have towards investing in specific cards. I do like to invest in specifics. Like this is where Alpha Investments and I kind of diverge in paths. I have enough confidence in myself and my experience. I have enough knowledge of the game because I'm involved in every aspect of the game. As a business owner, so I'm seeing day-to-day transactions of people buying cards. So there's that end of the of seeing the real sheer data of the trends, and then being a competitive player myself, being a brewer myself, being involved in modern standard commander. And just having a lot of knowledge about specific cards and mechanics and things like that has given me an edge over some other speculators, investors that if you watch Alpha Investments again, a lot of times he's not entirely correct about the way Magic works a lot of the times. Like I remember one time he was talking about sets and he was like off by like 4 years. Like this set was so broken with this set, and we're like, yeah, it didn't ever exist together. But bless his heart. He's great with money, great with investing. He likes sealed product. I don't. I think that the ship has sailed for sealed product. And the Magic since Return to Ravnica has overprinted everything, and you can still get Return to Ravnica boxes for $75, which is cheaper than they initially were from Wizards themselves. So sealed is too volatile for me. Whereas singles, having that kind of experience is made it very profitable. Like you just saw, that Aetherworks Marvel, Torrential Geralt, these were recent specs that they made us quite a significant money, and I wish I had more to invest. Like, again, I was living within my means for these investments, but if I had 10 times that money, I would have gone 10 times deeper into those investments. So anyway. Old Sealed, I think, has also missed the ship. It's very, very volatile because we don't know the exact numbers out there. Again, this is something Alpha Investments is much better to answer that question than me. I know he's made a killing on all those things, but for the vast majority of things, they're a safer investment because it's something that is going to never be sealed again. So actually, I could see Wizards, the next thing they start doing is just reprinting sets like Pokemon just did. Yeah. Pokemon did Sun and Moon as well as Roaring Skies.
No, Roaring Skies.
Or not Sun and Moon. Roaring Skies. I thought they did one other one.
I don't think so. Not yet.
But they just decided that the set was so popular, they just reprinted the set. So I could see Magic just doing that because, Zendikar and Innistrad are very expensive for just how young they are in the scope of things. But it's so that does have that going for it, but it's a slow, grindy process. And if you think selling singles is terrible, now put weight on a product. Now have fun shipping something with like actual weight and something you have to store and something that's very susceptible to be damaged. I can carry $10,000 of cards in a binder. I cannot carry $10,000 of sealed product that easily. It's something that you have to store. It's something you have to... all those sort of things have overhead. Technically, a lot of those have to be even claimed as,
If it's over isn't it over $9,000?
I'm not sure. Like the taxable stuff, like singles are a lot easier to kind of hide from the government, type thing. Or say, these don't have real value. They have speculative value type stuff. So I don't know. It's something that it takes a lot more money too. Convenience wise, I'm a big singles person. Easier to move, easier to buy. Me and Alpha Investors had a big disagreement about sealed Khans of Tarkir, and it's still something that it went up. It still really hasn't gone up much from what I really think was his influence making it go up. When you talk to tens of thousands of subscribers to go invest in a product and they do, it's going to cause a temporary increase. Oh, is that better? So I moved it over.
Yeah, you moved it over, and I just realized you were way off.
So anywho,
not all mythics.
Mythics more than often bust than hit.
Yeah.
If you look at pre-sale prices, the average myth, if you put just all the average of the mythics together, they'll bust more than they'll hit. Yeah. Almost every Planeswalker starts out at an obscene price and then bust. Look at Nissa. Nissa's a mythic, and I actually think Nissa's great. It's one of my favorite cards to actually play right now. It's a 2 of in my go-to deck at the moment. But look at the pre-sale price of Nissa. $38, and it's just continuing just to free fall. So the loss of Nissa will never make up for the mythic that did hit. And look at just Amonkhet especially has just been completely destroyed. Gideon was a $50 pre-sale card, or $45, I guess. Hype was real about this card. Same with Liliana. It had a pretty good pre-sale price. It's flatlined out. It's seen some play in the few decks here and there. Ronus is one that did go back up from its pre-sale price, but it's short-lived. This is a card that I think that after Marvel gets banned or some other things happen, it could go up. But yeah, at some point, but you really have to be lucky too at those points where the mythic actually does hit. There's a very, very short window sometimes with those price spikes, and you blink and you miss it. So if you're going to invest in volatile cards, you need to be kind of glued to your computer screen. And also, if you're selling on TCG Player, you got to be glued to your computer screen ready to change the price of a card as soon as possible, because we've had cards that have been very low and just forgot. We were like, okay, well, we'll put it back up if it does hit, and then we've forgotten about it. I'm like, God damn it. We could have made insane profits on that card if we were just more mindful of, I said mindful because I'm reading it, more more aware of the price.
We were fishing, by the way, at that time.
Oh yeah, we were fishing, so that's why. Yeah, because we were like, when we get back, we're gonna do this, and then we got back late.
They had already sold.
Yep, everything had already sold. But I'm happy with a lot of all the cards that we have. So we made a killing off the zombies, made a killing off the Torrential Gearhulk. These are very reasonable, easy to follow trends. How can we contact your buddy for some alters? How do we just message you on Gonro Games at?
You can check out my channel too. I don't really do anything on there anymore.
Like that. That's gonrogamesac@gmail.com. That's the best way to contact him, or through Facebook at Gonro Games, or his channel MTG Alter Boy. You can contact him through there. We're gonna try to get his channel going again. He's lazy on stuff. He's busy actually running a store. Jeez, right?
Yeah.
I make Zach do everything, and then I take all the credit for it. It's great. Everyone should find a Zach.
That's because I like doing it.
He likes to be kicked around.
I don't want to kick around. I kick back.
So, yeah, that's the best way to contact Zach. Oh, yeah, we're gonna again. That's the next thing. So if you do believe in the brand, if you do like what we do here, I hope I've been transparent about where all the money's gone to. The Patreon, we drained it for this setup. About, I would say, all in all, when the dust settled, we probably, between the mic, the camera,
Show them everything. I can go with the camera and show them all.
I don't care if you want to show them all. It's about, they'll see the setup. We spent about $700 on this computer, and it will get its money out of it with content and videos. Our next goal is a DSLR camera. We're looking at a cheapo one, just because if you've seen some of our box openings and product reviews, they're pretty terrible, and that's because we're using Zach's iPhone was pretty good, and then he dropped it in the toilet. But my cell phone sucks. It doesn't like to focus. And I'm sure we could figure out settings and things like that. And then the camera we bought was terrible.
It sucks.
Got it on a deal, but it was supposed to be pretty good, high def, but it doesn't work out.
It works great in water.
So DSLR is the next thing that we're going to be working on. We want to start another YouTube channel where we branch off to other board games. I got some friends that are really interested in doing more board games type stuff. But that's something we're looking into in the future. Again, I want to get into a rhythm of actually creating content at a regular interval, weekly content on specific days, and then we'll get Zach's channel going with alters. He's altering one. Did you time lapse that alter?
What?
The Pumbaa? You even started on it?
No. It's getting there. I've been thinking about it.
He's altering one for the Patreon giveaway. You can go check that video out. The archetype of endurance.
We're
altering.
That for the Patreon?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was for you. I'll get it done.
See, so it's for me, so it takes a back seat. I see. Well, screw you too, Zach.
I need to finish these so I can eat next week.
Okay, Zach needs to eat apparently. So anyway, we're altering it into Pumbaa. Pumbaa from Lion King for archetype of endurance.
Right
Sending
here.
it off to the patron. So.
I didn't know it was for the Patreon.
What, the archetype?
It's gonna get started. Yeah.
Cool. It's gonna get started. So. Anyway, yeah, and again, I understand my weaknesses too as a producer. Like I said, I've half-assed this channel. A lot of times I'm very sporadic. I'm very, motivation drives everything, and if I don't feel motivated for a day, it's impossible to get me going.
I try.
So,
it works.
But I'm having a lot of fun again with the YouTube channel, which is more than I can say for 2016. It felt like 2016 I dragged a lot through the, there's a lot of drama, there's a lot of stuff. So I really appreciate the outreach in the community, kind of like what we've been able to achieve. Do you ever think about in-store streaming? Yes, if we can figure out how to do it.
If there's nothing ever going
hopefully,
on.
we've I don't want to say hired because that feels like we're cheating Spot and Kenyon. But I've got 2 guys that Kenyon wants to go into video producing. So you saw him earlier, and then Spot just needs a purpose in life. So we've got Spot and Kenyon kind of on board with the brand, and they're researching all that kind of stuff. But bear with them. None of us have experience with this kind of stuff. I'm no Tulare Community College. I don't have that kind of go-getter attitude to kind of figure out how to do all the elaborate video production and stuff like that. But we would like to do some in-store streaming and stuff like that, but you'd be bored out of your mind. We are a small play group. I don't know. Like, some people enjoy stuff that I would never enjoy, and vice versa. So
our tournaments can be fun watching you play.
yeah, our tournaments can be fun watching Zach lucksack his way out of every freaking.
I am good.
Running 4 sources, 4 colorless sources.
It was 5.
5 colorless sources to cast his reality smashers and thought not seers and hit them
on time every time.
on time, with no tutors or no evolving wilds even.
Nope.
To find a waste. Just 4 or 5 sources of color and hit me with a reality smasher on turn 5 every game. Yep, that's lovely. Anyway, no, we like Zach, sort of. Zach likes like high risk, high reward decks. Infect. You played Pummeler at game day. He freaking flinged me. So, flinged me off of Pummeler. That was fun. Any other market-specific related questions? Play D&D for a stream? Do we even have a active group for D&D?
No.
I personally am not a RPGer. I am not really a gamer. Can I say that without the backlash? Last time I said that, man, people just lost their shit. I like Magic, and that's about it. So I like Dota 2 and Magic, and I've tried board games. I tried to get into Malifaux. I gave it my hardest to really get into kind of that miniatures Malifaux. It was really fun painting them. It's for some reason, it's like...
Shut them up.
It shut me up, which is the first thing that's happened in my entire life when I was painting. Learned how to paint some miniatures. So that was kind of fun. But our second channel, we do kind of want to get into that. I want to do game reviews. Not really me reviewing them. But my buddies, I think that'll give them some purpose here at the store, and stuff. And it'll give us, like, we want to branch off to games. We're full. We have distributors. Might as well take advantage of distributors when we can get things for super cheap. So we're going to be looking into, I really want Dice Masters to succeed, but WizKids refuses to actually, well, just crack the gold mine that they have. Dice Masters is a great game. This is coming from a person I've played, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh. Well, I've dabbled in Yu-Gi-Oh, Kaijudo, Magic, a few other games here and there, and Dice Masters is by far the second best game that I've ever played, and it's got good reviews even in like the other card game and board game connoisseurs. I know that it's what's his name's favorite or second favorite game over at Cool Stuff, the Dice Towers dude. And he's I think he's got over 120K subscribers. Like, but Dice Masters is a great game. I wish they'd get that going. I'd love to be a kind of the source for that kind of rogue brewing and Dice Masters too. But yeah, I don't know. WizKids is just a fail of a company. Every time I think Wizards of the Coast is bad, then I'm reminded that WizKids exists. So Talmadge, Zach's getting mad at you. What you insulting? Hearthstone, Intercity Pigeon. I played Hearthstone for just a few minutes, and I just didn't like the kind of the variance of it. I don't know. It just wasn't Magic. I just felt cheated playing. It felt like just like a really dumbed down version of Magic, and I never really got into it enough to really give it a good. Yeah, and again, paper Magic is really my MTGO is a byproduct of paper Magic. I play MTGO because Paper Magic exists. I don't know how much I'd play MTGO if Paper Magic did not exist. I think I'd just probably play a lot of like MOBAs and things like that. I enjoy those more than Magic. Is really fun to brew, really fun to meet people, really fun to interact with people. That's what I get out of it. MTGO bypasses a lot of those reasons to play. Hey, they play Dispels in their Pummeler version. You didn't even play those, did you?
No, it's all out. You pump everything and fling it. That way you can pump the Cub, any of them, and you can win.
What if they dispel what if they counter your fling?
You wait till they tap out or try to kill your guy.
What if they never tap out or try to kill your guy?
You kill them. with the cub. Unless they flood the board with zombies, and then you die.
Advice from Zach. See, we should just do a channel where Zach gives Magic advice. I wish I had Zach's luck. Wish I had Zach's luck.
I didn't win. I get burned out all the time. It's about scenarios. It's like playing poker. You got to bluff. And you get bored and you just throw your hand up in the air.
Yep. The 7-2s work out well for you.
It was threes. It was three every game. Oh well.
Why is it on MTGO on mobile? Probably because it's just too complicated. I think it shows the complexity level between Hearthstone and MTGO or just Magic. It'd be pretty tough on a smartphone. You'd have to dumb it down a ton.
Yeah, because I mean, right now it's already what, almost. Is it 20 gigs?
No, the thing, I don't know how big it is. And they can. That's quite easy to
dumb it down.
Yeah, take that down. That's a lot of that can be stored like server side. It'd lag more, but a lot of that information can be stored that way.
True.
Metalwork Colossus plus Fling. That's your next deck. Make it happen.
That could work.
Yeah, Magic Duels is on mobile, but again, it's a dumbed down version. I believe everything in Magic Duels is sorcery speed.
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because I remember there was a card and it was like working. Are you sure there's instant speed stuff on there?
Yeah, I've played instant speed stuff on there. It works. I like it. I like it better than MTGO how it works. It looks great. It plays great. There's just very few cards on it.
Yeah. Huh. I don't know. I gave Duel of the Planeswalker a shot, and then.
Well, it's the same thing, isn't it? Just a new version?
I don't know. I haven't played it for since I only played it because to get the Scavenging Ooze promo.
Oh, I know.
I downloaded it to try to redeem the Scavenging Ooze promo, and then the game store that I went to didn't even have them, I don't believe. I think it was in Salt Lake still at the time. I'm not sure. I did a review of it on my channel. But, yep. And then the next year was that god-awful Soul of Innistrad, or Soul of Ravnica and Soul of Innistrad.
Yeah, that was sad.
What's the next best card game next to MTG? Dice Masters. My opinion. Dice Masters. Love it. Absolutely love Dice Masters. Unfortunately, our play group...
Pokemon's better because everything's at sorcery speed and you don't have to think.
Shut the door, Zach, so I can talk trash on our play. The people that played Dice Masters here were kind of people which would prefer not to play games with. I got that out. Okay, so I don't know. That's just what killed me out of Dice Masters. It just seemed like a lot of the, I don't know, how do you call a lot of, again, I'm going to sound like a dick here. A lot of the Magic rejects would get into games like Dice Masters because they don't succeed at a game, and so then they just like, oh, I'm the best at this game because, and that's usually, I used to make fun of Commander players for that. It's where like the people that can't play competitive go and then they can be an expert at something. But now Commanders actually has a very good, skilled, fun play group and people get a different thing out of that. But I found that with some of the alternative games, what would happen is you'd have to play it and then they're know-it-alls and it just drives you insane. Anyway, I won't speak ill on that demographic again. But anywho, I enjoyed Dice Masters when we did have a decent group going. Like we did a D&D Dice Masters. I believe we had 16 players with it too, and it was really fun. We actually did it the way we did it, and Magic would be fun like this too, is we did 10 packs of Dice Masters, and then trading was, you could do one trade with one person per week. Like each person you could do one trade with, and it couldn't be more than 5 dice. So it required everyone to trade with each other and strategize, and we all learned the game together. And so no one was really like an expert. No one was really already like knew how to break the strategies, and it was extremely fun. I think it's still one of the best experiences that we've had at the store, and kind of one of the heydays of Gonro. But anyway, WizKids just screwed up Dice Masters. Go try to find information on Dice Masters. Good luck. Why don't they have a gatherer type thing for Dice Masters? It's stupid. They don't have any information. They have a horrible job promoting their own. As a store, it's so stinking hard to sign up with their own stupid WizKids Play Network and actually have it do anything. And they release sets without proofreading their own stupid sets. There's grammatical errors. There's play errors. You think that the Felidar Guardian was a mistake in Magic? That is nothing compared to what happens in Dice Masters.
It's
And
like
then they just do erratas on it. They just say, "Oh, this card doesn't do this," but you have to go like scroll through texts and texts of their erratas to find something. It's just something that if they have this attitude, it's never going to grow. They need to invest in their own product and just. I think that the problem with WizKids is a lot of their product is impulse buys at Walmart. So people just like, ooh, and this is Pokemon made an entire brand out of this. The vast majority of Pokemon purchases are people that don't play the game. I can tell you that as a store owner. The vast majority of people that come and buy Pokemon singles and Pokemon cards don't even have a clue how to play the damn game. That's why specific cards that are absolutely horrid in Pokemon still hold price tags because of the kids and the collectors. I'm sure that Dice Masters and what's their other Hero Clicks has the same effect that people are like, oh, cool, superhero cards, and they buy them just for the impulse buy. And unfortunately, I think that's diluted. It's rewarded Dice Masters for putting out hasty products. And it's in the end, when Dice Masters started taking off, I would say the best time for Dice Masters was probably War of Light was the peak for Dice Masters. And they really screwed it up by not creating a competitive environment, not really working with YouTubers and other content creators to get it going, and game stores to really get it going and harboring this like competitive scene. Now, Dice Masters isn't Magic. It's not. There's a lot more variance in it. The die rolls are a lot of them are win or lose. It's got the Aetherwork Marvel spin effect, big time. I mean, every card game is going to have that. But Dice Masters, you can argue for or against if this is good or not. But I think that they minimize it more than a lot of games do. It's much better than Pokemon. Oh, I hate Pokemon. Pokemon's probably the worst experience with a card game.
I love it.
But anyway, yeah. So, I is that enough information on Wiz? I've never played Hero Clicks, never got into Hero Clicks, but as someone that went all in on Dice Masters, it was insanely frustrating to see the kind of the home run that they had with the game and just watch them just not give two craps with what they had. So, yeah. I guess that's Dice Masters is a team building collectible card game, collectible dice game. It was the original game was there's a board game that what was the board game that it was spawned off of?
I don't know.
That is a Dice Masters card. Our camera's not set up to see this stuff. Sorry, it's like in low definition so it doesn't lag. But then there's dice. You have it. There's a lot of magic aspects to the card. So in the corner, maybe I'll find one. Hey, look, I have a screen capture, Zach.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Guys,
My bad.
we have Dice Masters online on our store. We have Dice Masters, right?
Yeah, I had to remove everything so that I could redo it. I haven't put.
Oh,
Dice
you haven't put
Masters
Dice
up.
Masters on this?
I can go put one on there right now.
No, you're fine.
It'll take
So,
10 minutes to load in.
Let's pull it up on WizKids. Here, look, we'll do some shameful promotion for Dice Masters. So again, it's got really good reviews. It's something to
Play.
I'm trying to think of the game that it originated off of, and it was
No
pretty
idea.
popular.
No idea.
Couriers. There you go. Thank you. Yes, it's Couriers was the game that it spawned off of. But there's another huge bitch about Dice Masters is they have exclusive cards that are only in sealed products and you can't get them anywhere else. And what's really, really sucks about them for a draft or a limited environment is a lot of these cards are like the key pieces. So when Batman and Superman World's Finest came out, a lot of the cards you get out of the booster packs directly affected the starter cards, the Batmans and the Supermans. So it's like they'll get a plus for each Superman you control. And they didn't exist in the booster packs, or they're very rare. They're just a one of in the booster packs. Whereas every Dice Master has 3 different versions: a common, an uncommon, a common, and a rare or a mythic. Or in this case, they call them, I don't know what they call them. What do they call them? I can't remember what they call the mythics. It's not mythics, but it's something else.
Secret rare.
No, it's not secret rare. It means it. I can't remember what they call the damn thing. So anyway, or if you go for the color scheme, it's gray, green. Gray is common, green is uncommon, rare is yellow, and then the ultra rare is red. So anyway, bronze, kind of a bronze reddish tint to it. So anyway, no, that's mythics. It is red. It is definitely red. So anyway, a lot of the cards that work in the limited environment are only in the sealed, or only in the starter decks, and it's just, it makes you just shake your head at them. And then a lot of those, like some of them can actually be in competitive play too, and the only way you get them is from the starter deck. And so you'll have some like obscene price for a common. It'll be like $5 for one of the commons, because the only way to get it is in an intro pack, or in a intro deck that no one wants to buy, because intro decks mainly come with like these sidekick dice and the what are called basic actions. That's the only way to get the basic actions as well. Every basic action from the newest sets, which are pivotal pieces of the game, are only in the intro pack. So basically every set you need to buy a new intro pack. You have to buy it to kind of get the full array of the game. So there are huge problems with that, but the overall the gameplay is good. It's solid. It's pretty good. I mean, I guess they have tutorial videos finally on how to play it, but yeah, here's their card information. So it's very, very similar to Magic. They have a casting cost. This is actually a purchasing cost. So you don't get to play with the card until you actually buy it. So you actually build your deck as you go. So you basically, you present your team, which is cards that you can then play with later on after you purchase them. You actually purchase the die, and then you roll the die, and the die is a copy of the card. And I guess you just go watch an entire tutorial how to play it. But it works very similar to Magic. They have, the object of the game is to get your opponent down from 20 life to 0. And these have power and toughness just like Magic. So this is its casting cost. This is purchasing cost of how much it costs for you to put it in your dice bag, or have the chance to then roll it. So the first part of the game is all about buying your key pieces, and then the second part of the game is actually drawing them and rolling them. So kind of like, it's like a pre-game. There's a pre-game unlike Magic. It'd almost be like buying the cards to go into your deck. So if you played like this sub-game, was that Charizard? Oh, yeah. that card. So it's like playing Charizard first, and then this is their the right here on this card is their fielding cost, which you have to pay energy to field them. So, and then power and toughness, and it's kind of counterintuitive too, because if you attack and it's unblocked and deals damage, you lose the dice. If it's attack, blocked, and dies, then it goes to, you get a reroll at the next turn. If it's attack, block, and doesn't die, it stays on the field. So there's a lot of strategy with when is the right time to attack and actually do damage to your opponent. So anyway, it is pretty fun. I wanted to promote it. I really wanted to go all in on it. It was at a time when I was bored with Magic and I was looking for another creative outlet, but WizKids is terrible. And yes, I hope WizKids sees this video. You are an awful company. You had a gold mine. You struck it big and you just completely muffed. It's almost as bad as what Magic having a terrible standard with the fallout of Hearthstone. If everyone knows, Hearthstone went through a huge... What are you showing me?
I'll just show you. Every card's almost as bad as the Monarch.
What?
Read the Monarch card.
What about the Monarch? Oh, whenever a creature deals damage from the Monarch? What? You lose.
No, it's supposed to be at the beginning of...
Oh, yeah. Zach's showing the grammatical error on the Monarch from Conspiracy 2. Yeah, Dice Master is just full of grammatical errors and just things not, like a lot of ambiguity. They aren't consistent. Sometimes they show a symbol to, like, a creature type can sometimes be a symbol. See this X right here? That's like a creature type. That means it's an X-Men. So sometimes in the card text, they'll say whenever an X... so signifying this X-Men attacks, then it will do something. And then it creates for this ambiguity because there's a card called Batman, and there's also a creature type called Batman, and it was called the Batman family. But it's really, really ambiguous of what they're signifying here, and it creates these headaches of like rules, and it's so. It's absolutely horrible. And then you have to go, like, then WizKid's terrible at responding back on the actual ruling. Like, it's the exact opposite of Wizards. Wizards has an entire array of judges, and they're very good at updating things on their Gatherer website. WizKid's the opposite. It's awful to try to figure out exactly how a card works. They'll make an errata for a card and just post it on that, and you'll be playing a game and someone will have to tell you, oh, that card's been changed. It doesn't do that anymore, type thing. So I don't know. That's my beef with WizKids in general. Fun game though. If you're looking for a fun game, I enjoy it. I really, really, really like Dice Masters. I actually do own the channel Rogue Dice Masters, YouTube/Rogue Dice Masters. Haven't created any content. Maybe after the DSLR camera, we'll do some Dice Masters content. I just need a better play group to play with here. Otherwise, it'd just be me versus Zach all day long. It was fun though. It was something that the Dice Masters definitely is very similar to Magic. There's a lot of variance, but the skilled player will win. In the long run, it does benefit skilled players. A lot more so than I felt Pokemon did. So that's just... So anyway.
If you would have actually...
there is no MTGO thing for Dice Masters. That's another huge problem. There's an open source one, kind of like, what are all your kids playing? X-Mage these days. What are all your kids doing that I can't do because if I do, Wizards will sue me? So I don't play any X-Mage. I can't endorse it because I'm already on Wizard shit list and I don't want to give them any reason Anywho, that's Dice Masters. Other games that I like to play, is there anything else I like to play, Zach? We played a pirate game once. I may or may not have been a little bit... Was I tipsy that day? And it's pirates. Come on. I don't like pirates.
I don't like any board games for some reason.
I don't like board games, and they try to get me to. I got this buddy Mike, older gentleman. He tries to bribe me to play board games, and I don't know why. I just end up ruining every game I play because I'm so. That's why I'm exiled from the D. When I was younger, the D&D community, like I just couldn't take it serious, and they wanted to get in their role playing, and I just couldn't do it. My favorite D&D story is my friends, how naive we were when we were teenagers. They invited some girls over to play some D&D. And of course, they weren't into it. And so they kind of went off and did their own thing. And so my friends were all serious. This is supposed to be like we're teenagers with girls over. And it was supposed to be a sleepover, type thing. I think we were actually high schoolers too. It wasn't that. So anyway, we start playing D&D, and so of course I'm being my kind of eccentric, bratty, push the button self, and I always wanted. So I'm like, we got to this point where there's vines, and I was like, what if I eat the vines? I was one of those players, that a dungeon master hates, and so my friend finally had enough of it. It's like, yeah, you can eat them. And like, okay, I'm going to eat them. Okay, if you roll anything but a 20, you die because they're poisonous. And so I died. And I remember just getting exiled from the playgroup and spending the entire rest of the day making out with a couple of girls in the other room. Like, when? Thank you, D&D. All my friends can be nerds all night. That was my one and only D&D experience. And then I tried to play it again later on when our store started, and I just could never get into it. But... damn, I'm getting way too personal. Sheriff of Nottingham. I played that once. That's a bluffing game, isn't it? No.
I don't know.
We played Sheriff of Nottingham once.
Have we?
I played it. I played it with Mike. I swear I played it with Mike.
It might have been at the old
Isn't that a bluffing? No. Ugh.
I don't know. I'd have to see it to remember. I have no idea. We play a ton of stuff.
So anyway, where were we? I don't know. Getting kind of late here. We'll go for another 10 minutes and even it out at 11. God, I've been on this stream forever. You guys got me talking. Zach probably enjoys it. I haven't talked his ear off. I haven't ranted about something today. Yeah, I swear I've played. Yeah, you have to show, you have to guess how many things are in the bag.
Yeah, we've played it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a fun little game.
Now. Yeah, we've played it. It's a pretty fun game.
Again, I'm usually into games that I don't know, say whatever derogatory term you want about me. I'm that guy that makes things competitive when there probably isn't a need to be competitive. I want to figure out all the gears to what makes it. I want to break the game. I played Machi Koryu the other day and was trying to figure out the best possible way to just corner whatever it is. What is the most I had Monopoly, same thing. It's just like really get into the theory of what is the most ideal play to make under every given situation. And some people cannot stand playing games with me because of that. And sometimes I can be a little bit salty. I'll admit that.
Oh hell yeah.
Just a little bit salty.
Just a little.
Just a little bit.
Sure.
Usually when I get salty, it's because I misplay or something, and I am hard on myself with Magic. Like, I was so mad at myself at game day for magma spraying as Dead Wanderer because I didn't need to magma spray Dread Wanderer. Dread Wanderer is the last threat. It doesn't push through Whirler Virtuoso or the Thopter tokens. And I instinctively just went first turn magma spray as Dread Wanderer, and I wanted that magma spray later on. And I was just such in a bad attitude the rest of the day because of I knew I should have done that, and I did it anyway. And what a dumbass was I. I'm pretty hard on myself with that kind of stuff. So yeah. But anyway, people get annoyed with games because sometimes I probably take a little bit longer than I should on some games too. Was trying to find I'd say Malifaux was really, really tough for me to get into the miniature game because it's same thing. I didn't want to make a move that wasn't the best move. So it was very, very tough for me to feel good. And then I'd feel like, oh, I should have done this. Man, god damn it. And then I'd second guess myself from then on out. It seems like it's a fun game. If you're into that sort of stuff, we can get the flow. It's really up to Zach and his play group to learn the damn rules and then teach me. I don't want to go through 50-page. So it isn't like 70-page rule book to really figure it out. Yeah, but the extended rule book's I was reading it. It's like 70 pages.
Well, that's because it also has a bunch of cards in it too, explaining different cards.
Yeah.
But it's like Magic. It's simple. What
games are you guys into? Give us suggestions. Like I said, we're always looking for things that will sell here because we want to make a buck off board games. We finally did. We're kind of capped out without like cannibalizing this room. And to be honest, we're actually not supposed to even be in this room, but because we've only rented like this back side of it, so it's these 4 rooms. It's now 3 because we tore out a wall, but we only rented half this upstairs. And so we're just using it because this place has been vacant forever and we don't, we already pay the electric up here. So it's no skin off anyone's, whatever the term is. Jeez, now I'm rambling. Skin off back. Is that the right one? Yes. But anyway, so without like cannibalizing and tearing down another wall, we've maxed out the potential of our commercial space and still have enough play area. So, we have, it's probably does look pretty crowded now we've added some more shelving like at the top of the ceiling for board games and things like that. But definitely we'll open up your suggestions of what do you buy at, we have Ascension here. So Ascension is a popular game that a few people have played. You have a copy for sale here too, don't you, for Ascension?
Ascension? No, not right now.
No, I thought we did though. Did someone? Maybe not. Yeah. Isn't Ascension one of those more gamer games, though? The problem with Richfield is that I think that we'll have a pretty good outlet to sell kind of the noob games, the Settlers of Catan, the Manchikoru, the Ticket to Ride, those type of ones.
We have
Secret Hitler.
What?
Is that kind of like Clue? You gotta guess who the Secret Hitler is instead of Clue, who's got the weapon to kill. It's the... Who's the secret legend? Our friend Sebastian loved that game. Doesn't that take forever though?
Yes, it's
Yeah, Sebastian always tried to get me to play Legend, and I turned him down every time.
XCOM's the best game.
XCOM, according to Zach, XCOM is the best game. Is that the one where you have to use your app?
Yes.
You have to use an app.
So good.
That's a genius idea though. Yeah. Using smartphones to actually
different every time.
Yeah, it'd be pretty sweet. So apparently board games are growing day after or month after month, year after year, whereas Magic is pretty much card games and Magic have stagnated. So I guess that's some good news. Any last questions? We have 6 more minutes and I'm going to call it a day. Dominion. We have Dominion, right? Where's Dominion?
We don't have Dominion.
I thought that's one of them they left here. Dominion. I know they've played that.
They've played
Dominion.
I think they took it home.
What are here? I'm looking at our board games. We have Descent, Dungeon, Fantasy, what's Albion? I haven't played any of these.
I don't remember that.
Seasons.
The Carcinogen or whatever.
Carcassonne.
That is that is super fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. give us your suggestions too. Like, we want to get that board game. If you'd like to see any of that content, I want to do that. Have you ever seen was it Banging for Babish? Babish for Banging for, like, the cooking show where he just kind of shows his recipes and then does a voiceover. I kind of want to do that with board game reviews and then give everyone's like aspect of what they liked. Binding of Isaac board game would be like Binding of Isaac. Oh, Binding of I get your son Isaac. What am I? Jesus. Sushi Go. Sushi Go.
I've heard of that.
I've never played Sushi Go. I'll have to look into it. Thanks for the suggestion. DC Comics deck building game.
We got the Star Wars one.
We have the Star Wars one back there. Does anyone here play Star Wars Destiny? That game took off.
Hold of it.
Yeah, we've been trying to order that just because it sells like hotcakes even on eBay. And we're just gonna flip it. You know, might as well have the access to even if it doesn't sell in our local community. I've never tried Star Wars Destiny. I hear a lot of people like it.
It seems just like Dice Masters almost, but a little bit different gameplay.
Yeah. Dead of Winter. Weren't they playing Dead of Winter the other day here?
They were talking about it. I know they've played it before.
Yeah, I guess we do have a pretty gung-ho board game group. It's one of those things I probably should do as a business owner, really get into the entire culture of board games and things like that. But yeah, Zach and I are Magic players. We're magicians.
I've played Magic since 1999.
You played? I've got you beat. I've played since 1995. When was Revised came out? I played as 5th grader. My very first card was a Tundra. Opened up a booster pack and it was a Tundra, and my buddy opened up a Veteran Bodyguard, and I was so jealous because he got a cool pirate, and all I got was a stupid land. And why was a land a rare? Why in the world would Magic print a land?
Why would you pay a life to go get a basic
I
land?
know! A land is a rare! What are they thinking in my 5th grade mind? Yeah. And, yep. So I played a lot during Mirage, Ice Age. Lion's Eye Diamonds were consumed. We ate lots of Lion's Eye Diamonds. Like, literally ate them. Because we couldn't figure out a way to play Lion's Eye Diamonds. And, to be fair, back in the day, they weren't worth anything either. So, back when we had to use Inquest and Scry. Scry and Inquest. I'm old. Wow. Time to retire. Yeah, I hear the Fantasy Flight Games has a better track record than WizKids, but we just can't. None of our distributors, they're always sold out, and we're so low on the totem pole that whenever we call us when you have more, and then they're like, nope, we'll go to someone else. So fair enough, we don't spend a ton. Actually, we rarely use our distributors just to buy sleeves and things like that. Speaking of sleeves. After the DSLR camera, we'll start saving for sleeves. So it is so much money. 6,200 around there for sleeves. That's the minimum order it will cost me to order Gone Rogue or Rogue Deck Builder sleeves. So I'll have to try it, Noah, because I love Dice Masters, and if it's something that has a chance, the only problem with Star Wars Destiny is it's Star Wars. So here I'm gonna piss off a lot of people. I hate Star Wars. I hate it. I guess Rogue One saved it a little bit, but Star Wars can just die in a hole after that pile of garbage. Star Wars Force Awakens.
No, it's
that Force Awakens can just they ruined it. They ruined an entire franchise. Don't want anything to do with it. That movie was god awful. So anyway, Star Wars isn't a lot of the Star Wars Destiny has a lot of the pictures. Yeah. It'll just trigger me every time I see that. It'll trigger me from that god awful movie.
Because Han was the only one to shoot. It's not Han shot first. Han is the only one to ever shoot.
How do you start playing Dice Master with your friends? I don't know. Pick up Batman's coming out.
Yeah, the starter decks are great.
They come with a starter deck. You will need to pick up a starter deck because it has everything you need to play plus the basic actions. They only come in the starter deck. So they do. I think they are making two. They work for 2 players, by the way. There's enough cards for 2 players in the starter deck.
They're great.
And so I enjoy it. I'll always be a Magic player, but oh god, I wanted to actually. We were actually going to go up and compete in the Dice Masters Worlds because it was at Comic-Con, but then we realized we had to pay a Comic-Con entry fee just to get in. Like, yeah, screw that crap. I used to get sponsored to go to Comic-Con. I didn't even feel like it was worth my time to be sponsored. In fact, one of the time, all I did at Comic-Con was hang out in the, they had a special guest room with like chocolate-covered strawberries. It was like just decked full of like fancy food. And I remember I just stayed in there the entire day and ate food to get away from the crowds because it was, oh my God, it was crowded every time. And it just felt like I was going to a vendor fest. It was just all about trying to push me to. Well, they weren't even. It wasn't even like things weren't going on. It was just a bunch of vendors.
Yep.
And so it was fun for a whole 5 seconds. And then after I did my little spiels, really frustrated me too because the people that sponsored me were never prepared. So like they're supposed to have like a laptop and a whole I asked them, do I need to bring my laptop? No, we'll have everything. They wanted me to do a live stream type thing, and it was just a disaster every time because they're so unprepared. But still, I was thankful they did sponsor me to get in, but it didn't even feel like it's worth my time to be there. So anyway, wasn't enthusiastic about spending money to get into a crap fest called Comic-Con to play in a Dice Masters tournament. But yep, that's the best way. I feel just pick up a starter deck and then just learn from the rules. There, it's not a hard game to pick up. A little bit of forewarning: a lot of new players think that buying a lot of dice is the correct thing. That'd be like increasing your 60 card deck in Magic to a 61, 62, 63 card deck. Don't buy more dice than you need to. It's a trap. That's the trap in Dice Masters. Just buy those dice that are pivotal to your strategy. Ignore everything else. Dice Masters is kind of unique because you react to what your opponent is playing. So there are particular dice you want to buy if your opponent is doing a particular strategy, and that's the only reason they exist on your team. Other than that, just go for your main strategy, and you don't need very many dice to win. So that's my professional advice for Dice Masters. A lot of newbies want to just keep buying dice. Because you start out with sidekick dice that suck, and you upgrade to dice that don't suck. But diluting your bag with not so sucky dice is not the optimal play. If you could play a 40 card or 30 card or 20 card Magic deck with very, very optimal cards, that is better than going up in count. Just for more cards is not better. Less cards is better. Same thing with Dice Masters. There's really no point after buying the essential pieces to it. So anyway, that'll make sense as the later on you'll go with it. Anywho, now we're 3 minutes over. Any last second questions for Zach or I, and then we're gonna call this 5 hour stream, or Jesus Christ, 4 hours stream. Whew. And we'll do it again. We'll do some more live streams. I enjoyed this, even though not the greatest amount of people watching, but it was fun. What's the lag on this thing too? Like 3 seconds, 4 seconds?
It seems pretty high though.
Yeah.
I don't know why it is. There's 40 people watching.
Yep. All right. So, hey, yeah, there's an elapsed time up here after our 4 hour stream.
Wow.
Well, it's been fun. We'll do this again. Hopefully it was worth your guys' time to be here. Enjoy. Appreciate all the community support. And Zach and Kevin signing out.